She did not know she was being watched. This is important. The first thing to understand about the story of Murasaki is that it begins with her not knowing she was 10 years old in a garden in the northern hills, Kitayama, the mountains north of the capital, where the air was clean and the monks lived, and her grandmother had brought her to be away from the things that had happened. She was running small and quick with the complete commitment of a child who has seen something and is going toward it without asking first whether going is appropriate. She was not thinking about appropriateness. She was 10 years old. She was in the garden. The thing she had seen was over there. She was going to it. She did not know that on the other side of the fence, a young man was watching. She did not know that the young man had a face she would come to know better than any other face. She did not know that the watching was the beginning of everything. Her name was not yet Murasaki. She had a name, the name her family had given her, the name her grandmother called her, the name that belonged to the life she had before the young man at the fence. Murasaki came later, the lavender, the young lavender of the field, the name he gave her, the name that connected her to the woman he could not have, the name that told her from the beginning what she was to him, not herself, the reflection of someone else. She did not know this yet. She was 10 years old. She was running in the garden. Her mother was dead. This is the first fact of her life that the story gives us before the beauty, before the resemblance to Fujitsubo, before everything that happened. Her mother was dead. She had been the daughter of the prince, who was Fujitsubo's brother, a woman who had been loved and had not been the official wife, and had died when Murasaki was very small. Her grandmother raised her, the old nun who had come to the northern hills with the child and was keeping her here in the clean air, away from the capital and the father's house, where the father's real wife lived and where Murasaki would not have been welcomed. The grandmother knew. The grandmother always knew. She was old enough to know that beautiful girls without powerful mothers had specific futures, and those futures were not always the ones the beautiful girls would have chosen. She kept her here in the hills as long as she could. The young man came to the gate. He did not come to see her. He did not know she existed. He came to see the holy man, the monk whose prayers were said to cure the illness he was carrying. He walked in the hills. He found the fence. He looked through the gaps, the way a person looks through gaps when they are not looking for anything and find something anyway. He saw her face, and the seeing changed him, or it changed the direction of something that was already moving. The longing that had always been, pointed at Fujitsubo, found a new form, a face that was not Fujitsubo's face, but that held something of it, the same bloodline, the same quality of light. In certain features, he stood at the fence. He stayed longer than was necessary. He asked who she was. She did not know he was there. She was in the garden. She was running. She was 10 years old. He came back. After he left the hills, after he returned to the capital, he came back. He had thought about her, not as a person yet, as a possibility, as the form that something he wanted might take, if he could get close enough to it. He spoke to the grandmother. He offered to be the child's guardian. The grandmother said no. She was too young. He persisted. He was Genji. He persisted in the way of someone who has decided, and for whom deciding was usually sufficient. The grandmother said no again, and again, and then the grandmother was ill, and then the grandmother was dying, and the father was coming to take the child to the house where the real wife was. And the night before the father came, Genji came first. She remembered being carried. This is what Murasaki remembered of that night, not the face of the man, not the words he said. The sensation of being carried, of being lifted from the place she was and moved through the dark to somewhere else. She was frightened. The story says this clearly. She was a child. The night was dark. This person she barely knew was telling her she was coming with him. She came. She was a child. She had no other option available than to come. The carriage moved through the dark capital. She sat inside it. She thought about her grandmother. She thought about the garden. She thought about the thing she had been running toward. In the garden, before any of this had started, she did not know where the carriage was going. The house was beautiful. This is the first thing that broke through the fear. The house was beautiful. The Nizyoan, his house in the city, the rooms she was shown to, the things in the rooms, the dolls, the paintings, the small, careful objects that had been placed there before she arrived. Someone had thought about what she would like before she came. Someone had arranged the room for a child, had put the things in it that a child would want to see. She looked at the dolls. She looked at the paintings. The fear loosened slightly, not gone, but loosened. He came to see her. He sat with her. He drew pictures. He told her things. She watched him with the watching of a child who is deciding whether this person can be trusted. She decided yes, not all at once, not the first day, over the days that followed, over the weeks. He came to her rooms. He sat with her. He drew pictures. He taught her things. He was patient. He was kind. He was there. And she was 10 years old. And her grandmother was gone. And her mother was gone. And her father had a wife who did not want her. And this person in the beautiful house was drawing pictures for her. And was there. She decided yes, this person could be trusted. She did not know yet what trusting him would cost. She was 10 years old. She was looking at the pictures he drew. She was beginning to feel that the beautiful house might become the place she was from. The feeling was right. The house became the place she was from. The cost came later. Part 2. The education. He taught her everything. This is what the years at Nizyoin were. The education, the systematic, careful, deliberate making of a person into the person he wanted, the calligraphy. He sat beside her and watched how she held the brush. He corrected the angle. He showed her how the pressure changed, the quality of the stroke. He was patient, more patient than she had expected, a person like him to be. She practiced, for hours, the characters, the poems, the particular quality of writing that said to the person receiving it that the writer was someone worth receiving, the music, the koto, the instrument he placed before her, and taught her to play with the same patience, the patience of someone who has decided what the result should be and is willing to take the time the result requires. She practiced. She was good, better than good. The music came naturally, in the way that some things come, to some people as if the learning is only the remembering of something already known, the poetry, the reading, the seasons and the flowers, and the correct responses to the correct occasions, the way a person of her position should receive a poem, and what should be sent back, and how the sending back said something about the person who sent it. She learned it all. She was an excellent student. She was also learning something. He was not teaching. She was learning him, the way he moved through a room, the way his attention shifted, the particular quality of his presence when he was fully there, and the different quality when he was thinking about something else. She learned to read the difference, to know from across the room, from the angle of his shoulder, or the way he held his brush, or the rhythm of his breathing, whether he was here or somewhere else. He was often somewhere else. She did not understand this yet. She was 11, 12. She knew that he went away, that he came back, that the coming back was different in quality from the going away, that sometimes he came back with something on him that was not quite the same as the quality he left with. She noticed. She did not have words for it yet. She noticed anyway. The other women. She knew, in the way that children know things before they know the words for what they know, that there were other women. She heard things. The attendants talked, not to her, around her, in the way that adults talk around children, who they have decided are not listening. She was always listening. There was a woman somewhere who had died in a frightening way. There was a woman on a coast, far from the capital. There was a woman somewhere else. There were the women at the palace. She knew these things without knowing all of them clearly. The way you know weather, before you know meteorology, the feeling of it, the direction it was coming from. She did not ask. She was 12. She was learning the koto. She was learning calligraphy. She was learning what she was learning. The other things could wait. The first time she understood what she was. She was 13. She had been at the way a plant grows into a pot, shaped by the container, shaped by the conditions, but growing. He came to her rooms. One afternoon, he sat with her, he looked at her, with the particular quality of looking that she had learned to recognize, the looking that was different from the usual looking, the looking that said, I am seeing you, not the project. You. She felt something. She did not have words for it. It was warm. It was frightening. It was both at the same time, in the way that some feelings refuse to be only one thing. He made a poem about the young lavender, about the color, about the relationship between the wisteria and the lavender, about what it meant to be the young version of something. She heard the poem. She understood the poem. Before she understood what the poem meant, the wisteria was Fujitsubo. She was the lavender, the young version, the echo, the reflection. He was looking at her and seeing the person he could not have. She received this at 13. She received the knowledge of what she was to him, with the particular stillness of someone who has heard a difficult thing and is deciding what to do with the hearing. She did not leave. She had nowhere to leave to. She stayed. She was the lavender. She was 13. She was staying. But she was also herself. This is the thing that the story of Murasaki holds with particular care. She was the lavender. She was the reflection. She was the young version of the woman he wanted. And she was also herself, entirely herself, with her own quality. That was not Fujitsubo's quality, her own particular way of being in the world. That was not anyone else's way. The calligraphy that was hers, the way she played the koto, which was not the way he had taught her to play, but the way she had found inside the teaching, her own voice, the particular directness, the way she said things, without the elaborate indirection that the court required. She used the court's forms, but inside the forms there was always something direct, something that said, this is what I actually mean. Not only what the form requires. He noticed this. He was drawn to this as much as he was drawn to the resemblance. Maybe more. The resemblance was about Fujitsubo. The directness was about her. She did not know this yet. She was 13. She was learning to hold two things at once, what she was to him and what she was. The years passed. 14, 15, 16. She grew in the beautiful house, in the education, in the knowledge of what she was and what she also was. He was away sometimes. He came back. She received him. She performed what the education had made her. And inside the performance, she was also herself, watching, understanding, becoming. The attendants treated her as the center of the household because she was, because whatever official title she did not have, she was the person whose presence organized the house. She managed things. She did it quietly. without announcing the managing. She learned early that the best management is the management. That does not look like management, that the house runs best when the running is invisible. She was very good at this. At 17, he formalized it, not with a title, not with the ceremony that would have made it official in the court's language. He was married to Aoi. He could not make Murasaki what a wife was in the official sense. He formalized it in the way available to him. He moved her to the rooms that said what words could not say, the rooms nearest his, the rooms that said, of all the arrangements, in this house, this is the one that matters most. She received this without the ceremony she deserved, without the title she deserved, with the particular grace of someone who has decided that the substance is what matters, and that the substance was being given. She was 17. She was the center of the house. She was not his wife. She was everything else. The cost she had felt coming when she was 10 years old in the beautiful house, looking at the dolls, was this shape, this particular form, the substance without the title, the center without the name. She had known it was coming. She had stayed anyway. She was still staying. Part 3. The wife. Aoi died. Murasaki heard the news at Nizioin. She was 18. She had been in the house for 8 years. She did not know Aoi. Not really. Aoi was his official wife, the daughter of the left minister, the woman who had been married to him since he was 12, the woman who had received him with the coolness of someone who had been told to love a person and had found the telling insufficient. Murasaki knew the shape of her, the fact of her, the knowledge that somewhere in the arrangement of the court there was a woman whose position was the position Murasaki did not have, and now she was dead. Murasaki sat with this news. She sat with the particular complexity of receiving news. That changes your situation in ways you did not ask for and cannot quite acknowledge. She did not feel joy. She was not a person who felt joy at death. She felt something else, something that did not have a clean name. The awareness of a space opening, the particular discomfort of being aware of a space when the space has opened because someone died. He came back from mourning. He came back to Nizioin, to her, to the rooms that were hers, to the house that had always been, more his house than Aoi's house. He came back and he was changed by the death, by something he had seen in the dying, a loosening in Aoi's face in the last moment that he had not expected, that had shown him something about what he had missed, about what he had not given. He came back to Murasaki with the particular quality of someone who has understood something too late about one person and who is trying to carry the understanding forward into the next. He was more present. He was more there, more in the room than he usually was, more attending to what was in front of him, Murasaki received this. She received the quality of it, the being more there. She did not ask what had produced it. She received it. Then the exile. He had to go. The political arrangement of the court had shifted, and the shifting had produced the only option that someone in his position could take without losing what dignity remained. He went to Suma, the coast to the west. He told her himself. He came to her rooms. He told her before the telling was generally known. She said she wanted to come. She said it directly, in the way that she said things, without the elaborate performance of not saying it. She wanted to come. If he was going somewhere, she wanted to be where he was. This was not complicated. This was simply true. He said no. He said it with reasons. Good reasons. Reasons about her position and his diminished circumstances and what it would mean. To take her to the place of exile. She heard the reasons. She understood the reasons. And underneath the reasons, she heard the thing that was also there, the part of him that did not trust himself. To be only in one place, that needed to keep the different parts of his life in different places. She was one part, Suma would be another. The parts were not being brought together. She said nothing about this. She received the number. She helped prepare his departure. She organized the letters and the things he would need and the people who would accompany him. She managed. It was what she did. She managed 3 years, 3 years of the house without him, 3 years of managing what needed to be managed, 3 years of letters, going and coming, his letters, her letters back. She wrote carefully, the letters of a woman who is the center of a house and knows it, who understands that the letters she sends are part of what holds the center together. She wrote about the house, about the things happening, about what the garden looked like in the season it was. She wrote poems about the moon, about the distance, about the particular quality of missing something that is still there in the form of letters, but is not there in the form of presence. She received his letters. She read them carefully. She read between the lines, the way she had learned to read. Everything about him. There was someone at Akashi. She did not know the details. She knew the shape of it, the same shape. She had always known the part of him that could not be only one place. She held this, as she held everything, as she had always held everything, without performing the holding, without making it visible. He came back. 3 years and he came back, restored. The political arrangement had shifted again. The power that had sent him away had been replaced by a power that needed him back. He came back to Nizyoin, to her, to the rooms, to the house she had managed for 3 years. She saw him after 3 years, the face she knew better than any other face, changed by the coast, changed by the 3 years, but still the face she knew. She did not perform the relief. She felt the relief, genuinely, without performance. He was back. He was in the room. He was there, the thing that had been absent for 3 years was present again. She received this with the grace she brought to everything she received, without asking what she had the right to ask, without demanding what she had the right to demand. She received him. She was glad. Both were true. Both were simple. Both were hers. The Rokujo, he built it. The great compound. 6 city blocks. 4 seasonal quarters. The full expression of everything he had built. With his life, he gave her the spring, southeast quarter, cherry and plum, wisteria, the gardens of opening, the season of beginning. She was the spring he had always called her. The young lavender, now she was the spring itself. The season of her quarter was the season that said what she was, in the language of the compound. She managed it, as she managed everything. She arranged the gardens. She organized the households. She maintained the ceremonies. She was the spring, the way the spring always is, not announced, simply present, making everything possible. The other women were in their quarters. Hanachiru Sato in the summer, Akikono Miu in the autumn, Akashi Mokimi in the winter. She was the spring. She was the center, not by title, by presence, by being the person whose quality of being there held everything together. She held the Akashi daughter, the child that had come in the snow. She raised her. She loved her with the particular love of someone for whom the loving of the child was both easier than expected and harder than expected at the same time. Easier because the child was real, and real children are easier to love than anticipated. Harder because the child was the evidence of the coast, of the 3 years, of the part of him that could not be only one place. She loved the child anyway. This is the thing about Murasaki that the story holds with care. She loved the child anyway. She was the center of the compound, of the arrangement, of his life. She knew this. The court knew this. Even the people who resented it knew this. She was not his wife. She never had the title. She managed without the title, the way she managed everything, without announcing the managing, without making the absence of the title into the problem it was. She was 30. She was the spring of Rokujo. She was the woman who held the shape of things when things needed holding. And she was also still herself, still the person who said things directly when things needed saying, who played the koto in her own way, inside the way he had taught her, who had decided somewhere along the years that being herself and being the center were not separate things, that she could be both, that she was both. She had stayed, she had always stayed, not because she had no choice. She had stopped having no choice. Somewhere in the middle of the years, she could have left. She stayed because the staying was hers. The choice was hers. The love was hers. All of it hers. Even the parts that cost. Part 4. The princess, he told her himself. This is the thing she would always hold, that he told her himself before it was settled, before the arrangement was final. He came to her rooms, and he told her Suzaku had asked, the retired emperor had asked, his daughter, the third princess. She had no one to protect her. He was going to the monastery. Could he take her? He told her all of this, with the quality of someone who is telling something they know will hurt, and who believes that the telling is a form of respect. She listened. She received it. She said, if Suzaku has asked, then it is a good thing that you can be of use to him. She said this. She meant it. Both things were true. The composure was real, and underneath the composure, the thing that the composure was composing itself against was also real. She had always known it would come in some form. This knowledge, she had carried it since she was 10 years old, in the beautiful house, looking at the dolls. The form it would take was always unclear. A formal wife eventually, some arrangement that the court required, some claim from outside that would reorganize what had been organized without her being asked. She had known it was coming. Knowing it was coming did not make the coming. What she had thought, knowing would make it. She had thought, knowing will protect me. If I know it is coming, I will be ready when it comes. I will have already felt what there is to feel, and the feeling will be smaller when it arrives than if it came as a surprise. She had been wrong about this. The knowing did not make it smaller. It made it exactly as large as it was. She prepared the household. This is what she did. She helped prepare for the arrival of the princess. She organized the rooms. She supervised the arrangements. She performed the role of the woman in charge of the household, receiving a new member. She was impeccable. She was always impeccable. It was the thing she did when things required the performance of impeccability. She performed it completely, without visible seams. The attendants watched her. The court watched her. They were looking for the seams, the place where the composure would give way to something more interesting. She did not give them the seams. The princess arrived. She was 13, or barely more than 13. Murasaki looked at her. She looked with the eyes of someone who has been in this compound for 20 years, who knows what people look like when they arrive, who has a measure of what arrival costs. The princess was a child, not a child in the way that Murasaki had been a child when she arrived. Murasaki had been 10, but she had been a particular kind of 10, formed by the grandmother's care, formed by the hills, formed by the particular circumstances of her life before the house. This child had been formed by the innermost rooms of the most protected palace, by a father who loved her more than was useful, by the absence of anything that could have prepared her for the world outside those rooms. She was beautiful. That was real. The third princess was beautiful. in the particular way of someone who has been sheltered so completely that the beauty has had no pressure on it, no weather, no difficulty, the beauty of something that has never been tested. Murasaki looked at her. She felt something that was not what she expected to feel. She had expected to feel the particular pain of being replaced, of seeing the person who would now occupy the position that the court would call official. She felt something else, something closer to recognition, the recognition of what the child was, unprepared, placed here by her father's love and her father's fear and her father's inability to imagine his daughter in the world he was leaving. Murasaki had been placed here once by someone else's decision. In a house she did not choose, she had managed. She had become the center. She had made this place hers. The child had none of those tools yet. Murasaki felt something in the direction of the child, not warmth exactly, not yet, but the beginning of something that could become warmth, the recognition of a person who needed help that Murasaki could give. He came back to her after the first nights with the princess. He came back to Murasaki. She had known he would. This was not a surprise. He had always come back to her, even through the other women, even through the years, even through all of it. He had always come back. He came back now, and he was different, in the way of someone who has discovered, by comparison, what they already had. The princess had not been what he had hoped. The bloodline had not produced what the bloodline had produced in Fujitsubo. She was 13 and unformed, and he had hoped for something that 13 and unformed could not give. And then he came to Murasaki, and she was there, as she had always been there, with everything she was, the years, the education, the directness, the particular quality of a person who had been shaped by difficulty into something real. He stayed longer than usual. He was more present than usual. He received what she gave with something that felt like recognition. She received his recognition with the grace she brought to everything. Without saying, this recognition should have been here always. Without saying, I have been here always. Without saying, I needed this. Without saying, receiving. The court noted it. The court always noted things. It noted that the arrival of the formal wife had made Genji more devoted to Murasaki than he had been before. She heard this, the court's accounting of her situation, the particular satisfaction the court took in telling her that she was loved more now because the formal wife was disappointing. She held this as she held everything. She held the devotion, and she held the context of the devotion, both real, both hers to hold. The devotion was real. She did not doubt this. He came to her. He was present with her. He received what she gave, and gave what he could give. The context was also real. He came to her, partly because of what the princess was not. She was loved. partly in the space, left by disappointment, both real. She held both, without performing, the pain of the context, without dismissing the reality of the devotion. Both, as she had always held both, the substance and the cost, together in the same hands. Part 5. The illness. She felt it before she understood it. This is how illness comes sometimes, not as a declaration, as a quality of the day that is different from the quality of the days before, a weight that is not heavy enough to name, a tiredness that is not quite the tiredness of effort, something in the body that is not working the way the body had always worked. She noticed it. She did not say anything. She managed it, as she managed everything. The ceremony of the autumn, the festival, the gathering of the compound's women in their finest clothes, the performance of music, the ceremony that confirmed the beauty of the arrangement. She played, she performed, she was the center of the ceremony, the way she was always the center of everything, and then she fell, not dramatically, not with the performance. That fainting is sometimes given. She simply stopped being able to maintain the uprightness that uprightness requires. Her body put her down in the way that bodies put you down. When the body has decided, the attendants caught her, the ceremony was interrupted. The compound reorganized itself around the new center, not the beauty of the arrangement. The woman who had arranged it, who was no longer upright. He moved to Nizyoin with her. He left Rokujoin. He left the princess in the formal rooms. He went with Murasaki. She understood what this meant. The choice of where to be when there was a choice. He chose to be here with her at Nizyoin, the house that had been, the first house, the house that had always been, more his house than any other, more hers. She was ill. She was glad he was there. Both were true. The monks came. The prayers were performed. The rituals of the Heian world. For exactly these situations, she improved, then worsened. The cycle of the illness that gives hope and takes it back. She almost died. This is the part she remembered differently from everything that had come before. There was a moment. The breath stopped, or it felt like the breath stopped. The particular stillness that is not sleep. The stillness that is something else. She was in it, and then she was not in it. She was back, breathing again, present again. She had been somewhere. She had come back from somewhere. She did not have words for where. She had the knowledge that she had been somewhere and had come back. He was holding her. He was saying her name. He was saying the things that people say when they are holding someone who has stopped and started again. She heard him. She received the hearing. She was back. Something had changed, not in him, in her. She had been somewhere, and she had come back, and the coming back was not the same. as the being here before. She had seen something. In the somewhere, she did not know what she had seen. She knew she had seen it, and the seeing had changed. What she wanted. She wanted the gray robes. She wanted to take her vows, to say the words, to make the intention official, to step into the life. That was not the life of the compound, and the arrangement, and the holding of the substance, without the title. The gray robe said, I am here for something else now, not the arrangement, something else, the thing beyond the arrangement. She wanted that. She wanted to say it officially, to make it the thing she was, instead of the center of someone else's arrangement. She asked him directly, in the way she asked things, without performance, without the elaborate approach. She said, I want to take my vows. I want the gray robes. This is what I want. He said no. He said it with reasons. She was recovering. The illness was improving. The vows could wait. He could not imagine her in gray robes. He could not imagine the gray robes ending what the gray robes would end. She heard the reasons. She heard what was underneath the reasons. He could not imagine her leaving. He had never been able to imagine her leaving. This was the reason he had refused. For 20 years, the same reason. He could not imagine her leaving. She understood this. She also knew something. He did not know. She knew that the gray robes were not the leaving. The leaving was coming. Whether or not there were robes, the only question was whether she would leave. Having been heard, she accepted the refusal. She put the asking away. She went back to being what the compound required. But the wanting remained underneath the acceptance. The wanting remained as real as it had been. When she asked, he went back to Rokujoin. She improved enough that he could go, that his presence at Nizyoin was no longer the urgent presence of someone keeping vigil. He went back to the compound, to the formal rooms, to the princess. She stayed at Nizyoin, recovering, managing the recovery, the way she managed everything, quietly, efficiently, without making the managing visible. She wrote, she played the koto, she received visitors, she performed the recovery, and underneath the performance, in the place she kept, the things she did not perform, the gray robes waited, the wanting waited, the knowledge that she had been somewhere and come back, waited. She had been given more time. She was using the time. She did not know how much time remained. She was 32 years old. She was using what she had. Part 6. The last spring. The cherry blossoms came. Every year they came. This was the nature of cherry blossoms. They did not ask whether the year was the right year. They did not adjust their coming to the condition of the person watching. They came. They were beautiful. They fell. They were gone. She watched them come. This spring, from the room from where she sat, the spring garden, her garden, the garden that had been given to her because she was the spring. She watched the blossoms open on the branches, the particular pink-white of cherry blossoms at their most present, before the wind, before the rain, in the brief window, when they are exactly what they are. She made a poem about the blossoms, about the spring, about the question. That was not a question, but that took the form of a question, because the form of a question was the only form that could hold it. She said, I wonder if I will see another spring of these blossoms. I wonder if this scattering is mine to see again. She sent the poem to Akashi Mokimi, the woman in the winter rooms, the mother of the child Murasaki had raised, the woman who had sent poems across the compound. For years, she sent it because Akashi Mokimi would understand, not what the poem said, what the poem was, the particular quality of a poem made by someone who is standing in the spring and is not sure. How many springs remain? Akashi Mokimi answered, from the winter rooms, the woman who had given away her daughter and had been grateful and had been sad and had been both for years. She wrote about the blossoms, about what remains, about the roots of the tree that hold even when the blossoms scatter. Murasaki received the poem. She held it. She thought about the roots, about whether the roots were what she had made here, the years, the education, the compound, the child, the managing, whether that was the root, whether it would hold. She thought it might. She was not certain. She thought it might. He was there. He had come for the ceremony, the release of living things. She had arranged it. The birds, the fish, the captive creatures, set free. She had arranged it because the arranging was a form of saying something she could not say directly. He watched her arrange it. He watched her, the way he had watched her for 20 years, with the particular quality of seeing that she had always recognized as different from the usual seeing. She was beautiful. The story returns to this here at the end. The beauty that had always been there, reduced now by illness and time to something more essential, more completely itself. The beauty of something that has been brought to its most necessary form. He knew. She could see that he knew, the same way she had always been able to see what he knew and what he did not know. He knew this was different. He knew this spring was different from the springs before. He did not say it. She did not say it. They were both too good at not saying things to say it. They sat together in the spring garden with the blossoms falling around them, the ceremony continuing, the captive creatures going where they went. She asked again. The gray robes. She asked again, not as a request this time, as a statement, the particular directness that had always been hers, that had always lived inside the forms the court required. I want to take my vows. This is what I want before I go. He said he would arrange it. She heard the difference between this saying and the previous sayings. The previous sayings had been refusals, dressed in the language of later. This was different. This was a man who had heard something in the word before, and who was finally hearing it. He said he would arrange it. He would find a monk. He would let her. She received this. She did not perform the relief. She felt the relief quietly, without announcement. She had been asking for 2 years. He had said he would. This was enough. This was what she had asked for. The summer. She had asked. He had said yes. He was going to arrange it. And the summer came, and the illness that had been improving stopped improving. The body that had been managing the illness reached the limit of what managing was possible. He had not arranged it yet. The monk had not been found yet. The vows had not been taken yet. The summer came, and the illness came with it, and the arranging was still being arranged. She felt this, the illness arriving again, more completely than before, with a different quality, not the quality of something that comes and can be managed, the quality of something that has arrived at its final form. She felt it. She did not say it. She managed, as she had always managed. She thought about the blossoms in the summer, when the blossoms were months gone. She thought about the poem she had made, about the question that was not a question. I wonder if I will see another spring of these blossoms. She understood now that she had not been asking a question. She had been making a statement in the form of a question, the form she had always used when the direct statement was more than the moment could hold. She had known in the spring, standing in the garden, making the poem. She had known. She had asked for the gray robes. She had asked for what she wanted. He had said yes. The yes had come too slowly. This was the cost, the final cost, the form the cost took at the end, that she had asked, and the asking had been heard, and the hearing had come too slowly. She held this, as she held everything, without performing the holding, without making it visible. She held it, and the summer continued, and the illness continued, and the gray robes waited. Part 7. What Remained. She died in the autumn, after the spring of the poem, after the summer of the illness, in the autumn, when the compound's autumn quarter was showing what it showed every year, the colors of things ending. He was there. Yugiri was there. The people of the household were there, the ones who had been there for the years she had been there, who knew the shape of her, the quality of her presence, who would know the absence in the specific way of people who have been near someone for a long time and who feel the shape of the not there in the places where the there had been. She had not gotten the gray robes. He had not arranged it in time. She died without the vows, the thing she had asked for, the thing he had finally agreed to give. She died without it. She died anyway. The robes would not have changed. What mattered about her? She had been what she was. Without the robes, for 32 years, she had been the center. She had been the spring. She had been herself. The robes would have been the official acknowledgement of what she already was. She died without the acknowledgement. She was already what it acknowledged. He could not hold still. He held her. He said her name. He said the things that are said when holding someone who has stopped. He was not a man who held still. In the face of this, he was not a man who had ever been what stillness required. The grief was real, without performance, the grief of a person who has arrived at the thing they were afraid of and finds it exactly as large as they feared. Yugiri wept. The son who was not her son, who had loved her in the only way available, who had seen her beauty twice, once through the storm, once in the spring, who had received something real from the years of her being there. He wept, not for her position, not for what she represented in the arrangement, for her, for the specific, particular person who had been there and was now not what she left. She left the spring quarter, the garden, the cherry trees she had tended, the compound she had managed, the shape of things that her presence had given to things. She left the Akashi daughter, the girl who had come in the snow, who was now at the palace, who had become the mother of the crown prince, the fulfillment of everything the father on the coast had prepared for, the daughter Murasaki had raised, who would carry something of her into everything she did, the quality that had been given in the spring rooms, the quality of someone who had been loved by Murasaki. She left Akashi Mokimi, the woman in the winter rooms, who had sent poems across the compound, who had been grateful and sad, and both at once, who had given her daughter to be raised here, who had watched Murasaki raise her daughter with the particular watching of a woman who is seeing the thing she could not do. Being done well, she left him. This is what she left, that the story carries forward. Genji without Murasaki, the compound without its center, the spring quarter without the spring, he would not last long. The story carries this knowledge into everything that follows. He had been organized around her presence the way she had been organized around the compound. She was the center of his center. Without her, he was a man walking through a garden that had lost its meaning. She had waited 1,000 years. This is not literally true. She had not waited 1,000 years. She had waited 32 years from the night the carriage moved through the dark capital to the autumn when she died. But 1,000 years is also true because the story has been told for 1,000 years, because every person who has read the story has known Murasaki's waiting, has sat with her composure, has held the thing she held without performing. has understood the particular cost of being the center. Without the title, the substance without the name, 1,000 years of readers have waited with her, have known what she knew, have felt what she felt, have held what she held. In this sense, she waited 1,000 years, in the reading, in the knowing, in the being held by people who understood what she was. She was the center. She always knew this and managed it. She was the lavender, named for the woman he could not have. She knew this too. She stayed anyway. She was the spring. Given the season of beginning, she made the beginning into something that lasted, into 20 years of center, into the compound, and all it held. She was also herself. This is what the story holds with the most care, more than the composure, more than the managing, more than the staying. She was herself, entirely herself. The directness inside the forms, the koto played her way, inside the way he taught her, the love that was real and was hers, regardless of what it cost. She was 10 years old, in a garden in the northern hills. She was running. She was not thinking about appropriateness. She was going toward what she had seen with the complete commitment of a person who has decided. She spent her life this way, going toward with the complete commitment of a person who had decided. She had decided to love him. She had decided to stay. She had decided to be the center. She had decided to ask for the gray robes. All of her decisions made with the same quality, the quality she had from the beginning, the running in the garden, the commitment that was entirely her. The cherry blossoms come every year without asking whether the year is the right year, without adjusting their coming to the condition of the person watching. They came the spring she made the poem. They came the spring she died. They came after. They will come after. The garden she tended is still there, or the kind of garden, the kind of place, the garden that someone made with the particular care of someone who knew what she was making it for. The blossoms fall, the roots hold. This is what she left. The roots, the thing underneath, that holds. Even when the blossoms scatter, even when the spring is over, even when the person who planted it is not there to watch, she planted it. It holds. The blossoms fall. She is gone. The roots remain. She waited 1,000 years for him to choose her. He chose her. Every time he came back, every time he moved to Nizyoen, every time he arranged the rooms so that she was nearest, every time he stayed when he could have left, every time he was more there than he had been before, he chose her in every way, except the official way, in every form, except the form with a title. This is the shape of what she waited for, not the title, the choosing, the real choosing, the kind that happens in the quality of presence, in the returning, in the staying. He chose her. 1,000 years of readers No, he chose her in the only way he was capable of, in the way that was real, even if it was also insufficient. She knew this. She always knew this. She stayed anyway. The garden, the blossoms, the roots that hold. Murasaki no Yue, the lady of the lavender, the woman he never chose, in the way she deserved to be chosen, the woman he always chose, in the way he was capable of, both true, both hers, for the 1,000 years she has been known. The Lady of Rokujo, Part 1. There are women in the long history of Japanese literature who have been remembered not for their beauty alone, though beauty they had in abundance, and not for their intelligence alone, though their intelligence was of the kind that illuminates everything it touches, but for something more difficult to name, something that lives in the space between feeling and action, between what is experienced and what is expressed, and the woman known to history as Rokujo no Miyasudokoro, Rokujo no Miyasudokoro, was among the most extraordinary of these women, a figure whose presence in the Tale of Genji burns with an intensity that the centuries have not dimmed. She was a woman of the highest rank, the widow of a former togu, a woman whose position in the world was defined by the most elevated connections that Heian court could offer, and yet her story is not the story of elevation, but of something more complicated and more human, the story of a love that was not returned in the measure it was given, of a pride so complete that it could not bend without breaking, and of emotions so powerful that they escaped the boundaries of the self entirely and moved through the world with a force that no act of will could contain or recall. The court of Heian Japan was a world unto itself, a world in which the physical and the spiritual were not cleanly separated, in which the inner life of a person could manifest in the outer world in ways that the modern mind struggles to accommodate, in which the intensity of an emotion could take on a reality beyond the merely subjective and act upon others with consequences that were as real as any physical force. Into this world Rokujo no Miyasudokoro had been born and educated and formed, a woman of exceptional gifts raised in exceptional circumstances, trained in every art that the court valued, poetry and music and the appreciation of beauty in its most refined forms, and she had married young, as women of her rank did, and the man she had married was Miko, the heir apparent, a man of corresponding gifts and corresponding position, and for a time it had seemed that her life would follow the path that her birth and her abilities had prepared for her. But Togu died. He died young, before the destiny that his position promised could be fulfilled, and the woman who had been his consort was left in the particular kind of isolation that widowhood creates for a woman of high rank in a court society, an isolation that is not poverty or obscurity, but something in some ways harder, the isolation of someone whose position is defined by a relationship that no longer exists, whose identity has been shaped by a connection that has been severed, who must find a way to continue in a world that has been organized around an absence. She had a daughter, a girl of considerable gifts, who would in time become a significant figure in her own right, and the care of this daughter gave her life a structure and a purpose that the loss of her husband had disrupted, and she continued, as people do, managing the household and the relationships, and the social obligations that her rank required, navigating the complicated world of Heian court with the skill that her intelligence and her training had given her. It was in this state, in this widowhood, that was not quite grief and not quite recovery, but something suspended between the two, that she encountered Hikaru Genji, the shining Miko, the son of the Tenno, by a beloved concubine who had died when he was very young, a man whose beauty and whose gifts were spoken of throughout the capital in terms that suggested something beyond the merely human, a man who moved through the world of the court, leaving behind him a trail of attachments and complications that his own nature seemed unable to prevent and his own will seemed unable to control. Genji was younger than Rokujo Nomiya Sudokuro by some years, a gap that in the context of their society and their situation carried a particular weight, and the attachment that developed between them was from the beginning unequal in ways that would matter greatly, an attachment in which the intensity was not distributed evenly, in which one person gave more than the other could receive, in which the disproportion between what was offered and what was returned created a slow and almost invisible damage that would eventually become catastrophic. He was drawn to her, genuinely and in ways that were not simply calculated, and the early period of their connection had a quality that both of them might, in later and quieter moments, have recognized as something real, something that deserved a better outcome than the one it received. But Genji was not a man capable of the kind of singular devotion that Rokujo Nomiya Sudokuro's nature required, not because he was without feeling, but because his feelings were too easily and too completely engaged by whatever beauty or sorrow or intelligence presented itself to him, because the capacity for attachment that made him so compelling to others also made him constitutionally unable to give any one person what that person deserved, and Rokujo Nomiya Sudokuro was a person who deserved a great deal. She understood this about him, or came to understand it, and the understanding did not make things easier but harder, because understanding a situation and being able to accept it are not the same thing, and Rokujo Nomiya Sudokuro was not a woman built for acceptance of what her intelligence told her she could not change. Her pride was immense, the kind of pride that is not simply vanity, but something closer to a fundamental orientation toward the world, an inability to occupy a position of less than full dignity, an unwillingness to be seen in want or in need, or in the vulnerability that love creates when it is not fully returned. She concealed her feelings with the skill that her training and her rank required of her, presented to the world the face that the world was permitted to see, maintained the composure that her position demanded, and inside the carefully constructed exterior, she experienced what she experienced, which was the full force of an attachment to a man who would not give her what she needed, and could not be made to understand what that need was. The visits that Genji paid her became less frequent, as his visits to women he was attached to always became less frequent over time, because the arc of his attachments was reliably the same, intense at the beginning, and gradually attenuating, as the novelty gave way to the familiar, and the familiar gave way to the sense that something else, somewhere else, was more urgently calling him. Rokujo Nomiya Sudokuro experienced this attenuation with all the acuity that her intelligence brought to everything she experienced, felt each lengthening interval between his visits as precisely what it was: a withdrawal, a diminishment, a communication made without words about the relative weight she occupied in his attention and his concern. And alongside this experience of being gradually valued less by the person whose valuation mattered most to her, there was another experience, which was the awareness of his other attachments, the knowledge that was impossible to fully conceal in the intimate world of Heian Court, that Genji was giving to others what he was withholding from her, was finding in younger and less complicated women something that her own complexity and her own demands perhaps made difficult to sustain. There was a woman called Aoi, Lady Aoi, who was Genji's principal wife, the daughter of Sadaijin, a woman of high rank and considerable dignity, who had married Genji in the formal arrangement that such marriages were in Heian society, a union of families as much as of persons, conducted with all the ceremony that the court prescribed for such occasions. The relationship between Genji and Aoi was not a warm one, was in fact characterized by a distance and a mutual unease that the formal circumstances of their marriage had never fully overcome, and yet Aoi occupied a position in Genji's life that Rokujo no Miyasudokoro could not occupy, the position of acknowledged wife, of the woman whose place was secure regardless of the temperature of the connection. The tension between these two women, the official wife and the former Togu's widow, was not the simple tension of rivals competing for the same man, though there was certainly an element of that, but something more complicated, a tension between different kinds of position and different kinds of claim, between the formal and the emotional, between what the court recognized and what the heart required. It came to a crisis at a public event, the Kamo Festival, one of the great ceremonial occasions of Heian Court calendar, an occasion at which rank and position were displayed and asserted in the arrangement of carriages along the route of the procession, in who was seen where, in the visible hierarchies that such occasions made legible to everyone who attended. The attendance of Aoi's carriage and the attendance of Rokujo no Miyasudokoro's carriage came into conflict over position, over the physical space in which the carriages were to be placed, and the conflict was not simply a dispute between servants, but a statement, made in the language that the court understood, about whose claim to precedence was to be recognized, and whose was to be set aside. The attendance of Aoi prevailed, and the carriage of Rokujo no Miyasudokoro was pushed aside, damaged in the process, forced to a position of ignominy that made visible to everyone present the relative weight that the two women occupied in the world that mattered to both of them. The humiliation was complete and public and understood by everyone who witnessed it in precisely the terms in which it was intended, and Rokujo no Miyasudokoro sat in her damaged carriage at the side of the road and watched the procession pass, and watched Genji pass within it, and what she felt in that moment is one of those things that the narrative of the Tale of Genji renders with a precision and an understanding of the human heart that justifies the work's reputation as among the greatest ever written. She felt humiliated, but the humiliation was the smaller part of it. What she felt more deeply was the particular anguish of having been made visible in her vulnerability, of having had displayed before the eyes of the world the precise nature of her position, which was the position of someone who had given much and received less in return, who had committed herself to an attachment that the world could see was not reciprocated in the way that would have protected her from exactly this kind of exposure. And she felt something else, something that she may not have named clearly even to herself in that moment, but that the narrative makes visible, which was a rage that went beyond what could be expressed or acted upon through any of the means available to a woman of her position, a rage that had nowhere to go in the ordinary world of action and speech and gesture. The feelings that had nowhere to go went somewhere else. What happened next is one of the most extraordinary passages in the Tale of Genji, and one of the most extraordinary passages in the literature of any culture that attempts to render the inner life with honesty and precision, which is that Rokujo no Miyasudokoro's spirit, her living spirit, detached itself from her body and went to where Aoi was and attacked her. This is the phenomenon that the Japanese tradition calls Ikiryu, the living spirit, a manifestation of the idea that the emotions of the living can become so powerful that they escape the boundaries of the self and act independently in the world, and in the context of the Tale of Genji, it is presented not as a supernatural intrusion into an otherwise realistic narrative, but as a natural extension of the emotional reality of the situation, as what happens when feeling reaches a certain intensity and has no other outlet. Rokujo no Miyasudokoro did not know, at first, that this was happening. She had dreams, disturbing dreams, dreams in which she seemed to be somewhere other than her bed, dreams in which she felt the fabric of something beautiful beneath her hands, and felt herself speaking words she would not, waking, have spoken. She woke from these dreams troubled and uncertain, with a sense of having done something she could not account for, and the unease that followed her through her waking hours had the quality of a guilt without a clear object. And then she noticed something, which was that the perfume of her robes, the distinctive scent that clung to the clothing of a person of her rank and her refinement, a scent that was as individual as a face or a voice in the intimate world of Heian court, had begun to appear in her dreams in ways that connected it to the place she seemed to be going, and the connection frightened her in a way that nothing in her waking experience had frightened her, because what it implied was not simply that she was dreaming, but that something of her was leaving her body and going somewhere and doing something that her waking self had not authorized and could not control. Aoi was ill, was in the grip of a possession that the physicians and the monks brought to attend her could not remedy, a possession that manifested in ways that the court recognized and feared, in which the voice that came from the sick woman's mouth was not her own voice, in which the words spoken were not the words of the woman who lay suffering, but of something that had taken up residence in her body and was using it to express what could not be expressed through ordinary means. Genji came to sit with Aoi, came with the concern that the situation of a sick wife demanded, and what happened in those vigils by her bedside is one of the scenes that the Tale of Genji renders with a complexity that resists simple moral interpretation, in which the voice that came from Aoi was the voice of Rokujo no Miyasudokoro, in which the spirit that had left Miyasudokoro's sleeping body found itself speaking through the woman it had come to harm, found itself saying to Genji things that Miyasudokoro's waking pride would never have permitted her to say, the things that the attachment had generated and the pride had suppressed, and the rage had finally forced out through a channel that bypassed all the defenses that consciousness maintains. She spoke of love, the spirit did, in the possessed woman's body, of a love that had been given and not adequately returned, of the pain that the inadequacy had caused, of the humiliation at the festival that had been one humiliation among many, but had perhaps been the one that finally exceeded what could be contained. Genji listened, and what he heard moved him in ways that his ordinary dealings with Miyasudokoro had not always managed to move him, because the voice that spoke was stripped of the composure and the control that Miyasudokoro maintained in her waking life was the voice of the feeling itself, rather than the feeling as mediated by intelligence and pride and the requirements of dignity, and the feeling, heard directly, was unmistakable in its depth and its sincerity. He spoke to the spirit gently, called it by Miyasudokoro's name, acknowledged what it said with a tenderness that he had not always shown in the ordinary course of their relationship, and the spirit responded, and the exchange that took place at the bedside of the suffering Aoi had a quality that the relationship between Genji and Miyasudokoro in its ordinary form had perhaps never quite achieved, a quality of directness and honesty that the layers of court convention and personal pride had consistently prevented. But the tenderness came too late for Aoi, who did not survive, who died in the aftermath of the possession with the child she had been carrying, leaving Genji with the complicated grief of losing a wife with whom he had never been fully at ease, and the complicated guilt of knowing something about what had brought her to this end. And Rokujo no Miyasudokoro woke from her dreams and understood more clearly what she had been and what she had done, and the understanding did not bring her peace but something far more difficult, the knowledge that the emotions she had believed she was containing had not been contained at all, that what she had felt had moved through the world and done damage that could not be undone, that she was not only the victim of a love imperfectly returned, but the instrument of a harm she had not consciously chosen and could not now recall. The horror of this knowledge is something the Tale of Genji conveys without simplifying it, without making Rokujo no Miyasudokoro simply a villain or simply a victim, without resolving the moral complexity of a situation in which genuine suffering produces genuine harm through a process that bypasses the will entirely, in which the person who causes the damage is also the person who is damaged, in which guilt and grief and love and rage are so thoroughly entangled that separating them is impossible. She withdrew from Genji after this, pulled back from the connection with a definitiveness that her earlier attempts at distance had not achieved, and the withdrawal was not simply the withdrawal of a woman who had been humiliated and was protecting what remained of her pride, but the withdrawal of someone who had glimpsed something in herself that frightened her, who had seen the force that her feelings could generate when they had nowhere else to go, and who understood that the only way to prevent further harm was to remove herself from the situation that was generating the feelings. Part 2. She began to speak of leaving the capital, of accompanying her daughter to Ise, where the daughter had been appointed as the Ise Virgin, the sacred attendant at the great shrine. The appointment was an honor, a significant religious and ceremonial role, but it also required the Virgin and those attending her to leave the capital and the court for a period of years, to remove themselves from the world of political and romantic entanglement to the relative simplicity of sacred service. For Rokujo no Miyasu Dokoro, this departure offered something that the honor of the appointment alone could not have made sufficient reason to undertake the considerable disruption that leaving the capital would involve, which was distance, physical distance, from Genji and from everything that being near Genji produced in her. Genji, when he understood that she was seriously considering the departure, responded in ways that were characteristic of him, with a renewed attention and a renewed tenderness that had the quality of something retrieved rather than something sustained, an affection that intensified precisely when the possibility of loss made itself felt, as though the threat of absence clarified a value that ordinary presence had obscured. He came to her more frequently in the period before the departure. He wrote with a frequency and a feeling that recalled the earlier, more intense phase of their connection. He expressed, with the eloquence that was among his most considerable gifts, something of what she meant to him, something of the regret he felt for the ways in which he had not been adequate to what their connection deserved. And Rokujo no Miyasudokuro received these attentions with the complicated feelings of someone who has been waiting for exactly this, and has learned, through the waiting, to distrust it when it comes, who understands that the intensification of Genji's feeling is connected to the threat of her departure, and would likely attenuate again if the departure were abandoned and ordinary proximity were restored. She did not abandon the departure. The decision was not made without pain, was not made without the full awareness of what she was leaving behind. Not only Genji himself, but the capital that was the center of the world she had been formed in, the court and its culture and its beauty, the poetry and the music and the refined appreciation of the seasons that were the substance of the life she had lived. But she had also glimpsed, in the episode of the possession, something about what that life had cost her, something about what proximity to Genji and the feelings that proximity generated had done and would continue to do if she remained, and the glimpse was enough to make the leaving possible, even though it was not enough to make it easy. The preparations for the departure to Ise were elaborate and ceremonially significant, as befitted the occasion of a sacred appointment, and they occupied weeks of planning and ceremony and the kind of formal leave-taking that the court prescribed for such occasions, during which Rokujo no Miyasudokuro moved through the prescribed rituals with the composure that had always been her public face, receiving the visits and the poems and the expressions of regret that the court offered, responding with the grace and the wit that her position required. Genji came to the farewell gathering, and the exchange that took place between them on that occasion is rendered in the Tale of Genji with a particular attention that suggests Murasaki Shikibu understood it as one of the defining moments of their relationship, a moment in which everything that had been felt and not said and not meant was compressed into the space of a brief encounter with the whole court as witness. They exchanged poems, as the convention of the court required on such occasions, poems in which the conventions of seasonal imagery and classical allusion carried the weight of what could not be directly expressed, and the poems they exchanged were, by the standards of the court that heard them, among the finest that either of them had written, which was itself a kind of statement about what the occasion and the relationship had cost both of them. Rokujo Nomiyasu Dokuro left the capital with her daughter, traveling to Issei in the procession appropriate to the occasion, and the capital receded behind her, and Genji stood among those who watched the procession depart, and felt, as he often felt too late, the full weight of what was leaving. Issei was a different world from the capital, a world organized around the rhythms of sacred service rather than the rhythms of court life, quieter and more austere, less given to the elaborate social performance that the capital required, and Rokujo Nomiyasu Dokuro settled into this different world with the adaptability that her intelligence had always given her. The years in Issei were not unhappy years, or not simply unhappy. There was a quality of relief in the distance, a quality of breathing more freely without the constant pressure of proximity to Genji and everything that proximity generated. The letters continued to come from the capital, from Genji, who did not forget her even in the absence, and who expressed what he felt with the eloquence that was always available to him. And she read these letters with the complicated feelings of someone who loves and cannot stop loving, and knows that the love is not a simple source of happiness, but something more difficult and more durable than happiness. She wrote back, because not to write back was not among the options available to someone of her gifts and her position, and the letters she wrote were what her letters had always been, precise and beautiful and carefully controlled, expressing the feeling and containing it simultaneously, showing and concealing in the same gesture. Her daughter fulfilled her sacred duties with the seriousness that the role required, and Rokujo Nomiyasu Dokuro supported and guided her through the years of that service with the devotion of a mother who has given much of her own life to the question of her daughter's well-being and future. But she was not well. The years had taken something from her that distance and relief could not restore, and the illness that began in Issei was not the illness of a body simply failing, but of something more comprehensive, a depletion that was physical and something more than physical, as though the intensity of what she had felt and the horror of what she had done had used up a resource that could not be replenished. She would return to the capital before the end. She would see Genji again, and what remained between them in that final meeting would be both less and more than what had been there at the beginning. Less in the sense that so much had been spent, more in the sense that what remained had been refined by everything it had survived. She would return to the capital before the end. She would see Genji again, and what remained between them in that final meeting would be both less and more than what had been there at the beginning. Less in the sense that so much had been spent, more in the sense that what remained had been refined by everything it had survived. But before that return, before the final meeting and the dying that followed it, there were the years of Issei themselves, years that the tale renders with a quality of suspension, of a life paused between one chapter and the next, and those years had their own texture, their own particular combination of relief and loss, and the strange experience of being outside the world that had formed you, and finding that the outside has a different kind of clarity than the inside ever offered. The sacred duties of the Issei shrine governed the rhythms of life there with a regularity that the court world, for all its ceremonial elaboration, did not quite match, a regularity that came from the natural world rather than from the human one, from the movements of the seasons and the requirements of the rituals that marked them, and Rokujo no Miyasudokoro found in this regularity something that she had not known she was missing, a relationship to time that did not depend on the calculations of human desire and human preference and human inconstancy. The seasons at Issei had their own beauty, less curated than the capitals, more immediate and directly available. The sea was nearby, its sound present in the background of every day, something the court world had not prepared her for, and that she found unexpectedly to be something she needed. She wrote poems at Issei, as she had always written poems, but the poems she wrote there had a different quality from those she had written in the capital, were less densely elusive, less layered with the classical references that the court poetry valued, more directly engaged with what was immediately present, the sea and the wind and the particular quality of the light on the water in the early morning. Genji read these poems in the capital and felt in them something of what she had found in Issei, and his responses were among the more honest things he wrote during those years, less shaped by the performance of feeling and more directly responsive to what he had actually received. The correspondence itself was a form of the connection maintained across distance, and Rokujo no Miyasudokoro could write to Genji with a fullness and a precision that the conventions of the classical form both required and enabled, could say in the carefully constructed language of the poem what she could not have said in direct speech, could allow the feeling to be visible in the art, without requiring the art to give way entirely to the feeling. And Genji could receive what she sent with an appreciation that the distance made easier to sustain than proximity had always made it, could respond with the tenderness that absence reliably evoked in him, could be, in the exchange of letters across the distance between the capital and Issei, something closer to what she needed him to be than he had managed to be when they were in the same city. This is one of the more melancholy things about their story, that the relationship was in some ways better at a distance than it had been close, that the form most adequate to what they were to each other was the form of letters exchanged across a separation that neither of them had fully chosen, and that both of them, in their different ways, regretted. The departure from the capital was an occasion of considerable ceremony, as befitted the sacred nature of the appointment and the rank of those undertaking the journey, and Genji attended the formal leave-taking with the renewed attention that the proximity of loss always provoked in him, with the poems and the gestures of regret that the occasion demanded, and that, on this occasion, contained something more than the performed feeling that such occasions sometimes produced. He had come to understand, in the weeks before the departure, something about what her presence in the capital had meant to him, that ordinary proximity had made difficult to see clearly. Rokujo no Miyasudokoro was a fixed point in the court's constellation of intelligence and beauty, a presence whose quality was so consistently maintained that it could be taken for granted in the way that fixed things are taken for granted, and the imminent removal of the fixed point made visible the weight it had been carrying in his sense of the world around him. He wrote her a poem on the night before the departure that was among the finest things he had written, a poem in which the classical imagery of autumn leaves and parting geese carried the weight of a feeling more direct and more unguarded than his correspondence with her usually achieved, and she read it in the quiet of her room on that last night in the capital, and held it for a long time before she wrote her answer. Her answer was precise and beautiful and contained, as her answers always were, the feeling and the management of the feeling simultaneously, the expression and the restraint in the same gesture, and it was perhaps the most complete expression of what she was that the constraints of the form could accommodate, which is to say, it was a masterpiece of the art she had spent her life developing, and it was not enough, and she knew it was not enough, and she sent it anyway, because sending it was what was available to her. The road to Ise was long, and the procession moved slowly, as such processions did, through landscapes that changed as the capital fell away behind them, and the country opened into something less organized by human intention, and more directly shaped by the forces that the court appreciated in poetry, and at a distance, but rarely encountered so immediately. Rokujo no Miyasudokuro traveled in the formal carriage appropriate to her rank, and the journey gave her hours of the particular kind of thinking that travel produces, the thinking that is neither purposeful nor idle, but moves with the rhythm of the movement, following associations and memories and possibilities through the landscape of the mind, in the same way the procession moved through the landscape of the country. She thought of the festival, of the carriage at the side of the road, of the face she had presented to the world in that moment of humiliation, and the face she had been unable to present, the face that had gone somewhere else entirely and done what it had done. She thought of Aoi, who was dead. She thought of Genji at the bedside, speaking to the voice that came through Aoi's suffering mouth, with a tenderness he had not always brought to her directly. She thought of the dreams, of the perfume on her robes, of the morning unease that had told her something was wrong before she had the words for what it was. She thought of what it meant to be someone whose feelings were capable of that, of escaping the body and moving through the world and doing damage that the will had not authorized and could not recall. She did not arrive at a comfortable understanding because there was no comfortable understanding available. She arrived at something more modest and more honest, which was the acknowledgement that she was not only the person she had believed herself to be, not only the composed and intelligent and beautifully managed surface, but also the force that had moved beneath the surface and had found its own outlet when the surface could no longer contain it. Issei received her, and the years there passed in their own rhythm, different from anything the capital had offered, and she found in that difference something she had not expected, which was that the self that had been formed in the capital, the self that was defined by its relationships to the people and the culture of the court, was not the only self available to her, that the distance had made possible a kind of reflection on that formed self that proximity had never allowed. She was still Rokujo no Miyasudokuro, still the widow of Togu, still a woman of the highest rank and the most refined gifts, but she was also, in Issei, simply a person in a landscape, a person whose feelings were her own, and not a position in a social configuration, whose intelligence was hers to use as she chose, and not a performance for an audience that was always evaluating. The poems she wrote in those years, the letters she sent to the capital, the conversations she had with her daughter as the girl grew into the responsibilities of the sacred role she had been appointed to, all of these were the expressions of a woman who had, in the space that Issei offered, found something of herself that the court world had not quite allowed her to find, some dimension of her own experience that the constant management of surfaces had kept from view. She was not happy in any simple sense. The love that had brought her to this distance was still present in her, was not resolved by the distance and not diminished in any fundamental way, and the letters from the capital arrived with a regularity that kept the connection alive, even as it kept the feeling alive, kept the question of what might have been from settling into the acceptance that might have made the distance easier. But she was, in Issei, more fully herself than she had been able to be in the capital, and the fullness had a quality that she recognized as valuable, even though it had cost her everything that the capital represented to get there. Part 3. The return from Issei was the return of a woman who had changed, not in the fundamental nature of her character, for Rokujo no Miyasu Dokoro was too completely herself for any experience to alter what was essential about her, but in the relationship between that character and the world she inhabited, a relationship that had been recalibrated by the years of absence and illness, and the sustained experience of living at a distance from everything that had defined her. She was ill when she returned, more seriously ill than the capital understood at first, because she carried her illness with the same composure that she carried everything else, did not display it in ways that would have invited sympathy or concern, and the court that received her back saw what she permitted them to see, which was a woman of somewhat diminished vitality, but still formidable presence, still in possession of the beauty and the intelligence and the precise social gifts that had always distinguished her. Genji came to see her, because Genji always came when the occasion seemed to require it, and the meeting between them was the meeting of two people who had known each other in a context of considerable intensity and were now encountering each other in a different context, older and more aware of what had passed between them and what that passage had cost. What passed between them in that meeting is rendered in the Tale of Genji with a delicacy that reflects both the genuine feeling involved and the complicated nature of a connection that had never been simple and was now freighted with everything that had happened, with the possession and the death of Aoi, and the years of separation and the illness, and the accumulated weight of feelings that had been felt and expressed and felt again, without ever reaching the resolution that either of them might have wished. Genji looked at her and saw someone who had been magnificent and was still magnificent, but was also clearly diminished, and the sight moved him with a tenderness that came too late, as his tenderness so often came, moved him with a regret for the inadequacy of what he had given her, and a renewed appreciation for the quality of what she had given him, which had always been considerable, and was now, in the clarity of her illness, unmistakable. She looked at him and saw what she had always seen, the beauty and the gifts and the fundamental instability of his affections, the man who was genuinely moved by what moved him, and genuinely limited by what limited him, and she received his renewed attention with the grace that had always been her public face, while somewhere beneath that grace she continued to feel what she had always felt, which was a love that the years, and the distance and the horror of what the love had done had not diminished as much as she might have hoped. They exchanged poems. They spoke of the past with the careful indirection that their shared history and their shared awareness of what that history contained required. And the visit ended, as visits ended, and Genji left, and Rokujo no Miyasudokuro continued her dying. Because that is what she was doing, though neither she nor anyone around her said it in those terms for some time. The illness that had begun in Ise and accompanied her back to the capital was the illness of someone whose vital resources had been exhausted by something that went beyond the physical, and the careful management of its symptoms could not address what was actually happening, which was a withdrawal from life that had the quality of a decision, even if it was not consciously made as one. She called Genji to her bedside when she understood that the end was approaching, and the scene that the Tale of Genji renders at that bedside is among the most emotionally complex in the entire work, a scene in which dying and love and guilt and grief and the particular kind of clarity that dying sometimes produces are all present simultaneously and refuse to separate into anything simpler. She spoke to him of her daughter, asked him to care for the girl after she was gone, asked him to continue the support and the attention that a powerful patron could provide to a young woman navigating the court alone, and Genji promised, as he always promised, with the sincerity of feeling that was never in question, and the reliability that was always somewhat more complicated. She spoke of the possession, obliquely, with the indirection that the gravity of the subject and the requirements of her own dignity demanded, acknowledging without precisely naming the thing that had happened and the harm that it had caused, and in the acknowledgement there was something that was not quite an apology, but contained the substance of one, a recognition that what had moved through the world from her had done damage, and that she carried the knowledge of that damage with her. Genji received what she said with the tenderness that he was genuinely capable of, and that the dying woman before him genuinely evoked, and spoke of his own failures in the register of a man who understood, in this final encounter, something of what he had not understood adequately before, which was the full cost of what his inconstancy had exacted from someone who had not been built for the casual relationships that his nature required. She died with the composure that had been her signature throughout her life, died in the way that her character demanded, without the dramatic expressions of regret or desire that a lesser person might have produced in those final hours, and the court mourned her with the genuine respect that her rank and her gifts had earned, and Genji mourned her with the complicated grief of someone who understood that what had passed was irreplaceable, and that his own behavior had been among the instruments of its loss. Her daughter, the former Ise virgin, returned to the capital after her mother's death, and navigated the complex world of the court with the gifts and the difficulties that being Rokujo no Miyasudokuro's daughter entailed, and Genji fulfilled his promise of patronage with more consistency than he had fulfilled some of his other promises, which was perhaps his way of making good on what had been inadequate before. Rokujo no Miyasudokuro herself was gone, the living woman was gone, and what remained was the memory and the reputation and the complicated legacy of a life that had been extraordinary in its gifts, and extraordinary in its suffering, and extraordinary in the way those two things had been connected, each intensifying the other, the gifts making the suffering more acute because the intelligence that was among the gifts could not prevent the heart from feeling what it felt, and the suffering generating in turn a force that the gifts could not fully contain or redirect. But she was not entirely gone. This is the part of the story of Rokujo no Miyasudokuro that distinguishes it from the story of simply a gifted and unfortunate woman, that makes it something stranger and more enduring than a tale of love and loss, which is that her spirit continued to manifest in the world after her death in ways that her living spirit had manifested, continued to affect those around Genji with the force that her feelings had always generated. The dead, in the world of the Tale of Genji, are not simply absent. They remain connected to the world of the living through the intensity of the feelings that bound them to it, and a woman who had felt what Rokujo no Miyasudokuro had felt, and who had felt it in the particular way that she had felt, it was not a woman whose death resolved the emotional situation that her life had created. The spirit that had left her body in life and gone to where Aoi was suffering continued to leave its mark on the world after the body that had housed it was gone, continued to seek what it had sought in life, continued to feel what it had felt, and the women who came into Genji's life after Miyasudokuro's death would discover that she was not as absent from it as the fact of her death might have suggested. There was a woman called Murasaki, the woman whom Genji had found as a child, and raised and shaped in ways that reflected his own desires and his own understanding of what a woman should be. A woman whose devotion to him was total, and whose beauty was of the kind that the court found most compelling. And Murasaki was the woman who would feel Miyasudokuro's continued presence most acutely, would find herself beset by an affliction that the monks and the healers who attended her could not remedy, and that the narrative makes clear is connected to the unquiet spirit of a woman who had loved and suffered and had not found in death the rest that her life had denied her. There was a woman called Murasaki, the woman whom Genji had found as a child, and raised and shaped in ways that reflected his own desires and his own understanding of what a woman should be, a woman whose devotion to him was total, and whose beauty was of the kind that the court found most compelling, and Murasaki was the woman who would feel Miyasudokuro's continued presence most acutely, would find herself beset by an affliction that the monks and the healers who attended her could not remedy, and that the narrative makes clear is connected to the unquiet spirit of a woman who had loved and suffered and had not found, in death, the rest that her life had denied her. The possession of Murasaki by the spirit of Rokujo no Miyasudokuro is one of the episodes in the Tale of Genji that most clearly demonstrates Murasaki Shikibu's understanding of the way that the inner life produces outer consequences, the way that unresolved feeling persists and acts in the world, regardless of whether the person who generated it is still living, the way that the dead are not simply absent, but continue to be present in the effects of what they felt, and what they did, and what was done to them. Murasaki fell ill in ways that the court recognized as possession, fell ill with the symptoms that Heian understanding of such things associated with a spirit that had taken up residence in a body not its own, and the healers who were summoned performed the exorcisms and the rituals that the tradition prescribed, and the spirit that spoke through Murasaki's suffering mouth spoke in ways that identified it, for those who listened carefully, as the spirit of a woman who had been wronged by a love imperfectly returned, and who had not yet found a way to release what she carried. Genji attended the sickbed of Murasaki as he had attended the sickbed of Aoi, and the parallel was not lost on him, the recognition that the pattern of his life was generating consequences that reached beyond his own experience and affected the women around him with a force he had not fully reckoned with, that the feelings his inconstancy had produced in others were not simply their feelings, contained within their experience and resolved by time and distance, but something that persisted and acted in the world in ways he had not anticipated and could not control. He spoke to the spirit that spoke through Murasaki with the same tenderness and the same regret that he had brought to the bedside of Aoi, acknowledged what it said, tried to offer what comfort the acknowledgement of wrong can offer, and the spirit spoke of love and of pain and of the impossibility of releasing what had been so completely given and so incompletely received. Murasaki survived this possession, survived it in the sense that the immediate crisis passed, and she returned to something resembling health, but the experience left its mark on her in ways that health is not fully able to address, left her with the knowledge of what had been living in the vicinity of her life with Genji, the knowledge of what his history contained and what that history was still generating. And she understood, from the possession and from everything she had learned about Rokujo no Miyasudokuro in the years she had been part of Genji's world, something about her own situation that the intensity of her devotion to him had perhaps made it difficult to see clearly before, which was that the position she occupied in his life, however central and however loved, was not a position of simple security, but was surrounded by the complicated legacy of everything he had felt and done before, a legacy that was not resolved by his feeling for her and was not fully under his control. There was also a woman called Onna Sanomiya, a young woman of the imperial family, whom Genji had accepted as a wife late in his life, an acceptance motivated less by personal feeling than by the obligations of rank and the request of Inomikado, who wished to ensure his daughter's security by placing her under Genji's protection. The Onna Sanomiya was young and not particularly accomplished, a woman whose gifts did not approach those of Murasaki or those of Rokujo no Miyasudokuro, a woman who was, in the world of the tale, somewhat insufficient to the position she was being placed in, insufficient to the complexity of the household she was entering and the complicated man she was marrying. And yet she was of imperial blood, and her rank made her, formally and in the eyes of the court, the principal wife, a position that displaced Murasaki from the centrality she had occupied for so long, and that Genji's genuine love for Murasaki had never been formalized in ways that would have protected her from exactly this kind of displacement. The arrival of Onna Sanomiya in Genji's household was a wound to Murasaki that her composure and her devotion to him could not fully conceal, a wound that his genuine distress at her pain and his genuine continuing love for her could not fully heal, and it was in the context of this wound, in the household reorganized around a new principal wife, whom Genji did not particularly love, that the spirit of Rokujo no Miyasudokoro made its second significant appearance. The Onna Sanomiya was possessed. The spirit that afflicted her was the same spirit, the same force that had acted through living jealousy and had persisted after death into whatever form unresolved feeling takes when the body that housed it is gone, and its action on Onna Sanomiya had a quality of justice, or of something that resembles justice without being precisely justice, in that it afflicted the woman whose formal position represented the kind of displacement that Miyasudokoro had herself experienced, whose rank had given her a place in Genji's world that Miyasudokoro's deeper feeling had never quite secured. The Onna Sanomiya survived her possession, but was permanently marked by it, took religious vows in its aftermath, withdrew from the world of the court into a life of sacred devotion that removed her from the complications of the household she had been brought into, and her withdrawal was in some ways a relief to everyone involved, though the relief was shadowed by the awareness of what had brought it about. Genji, watching all of this, watching the spirit of a woman he had not loved adequately enough, continuing to act in the world of the living, continuing to affect those around him with the force of what she had felt, understood something about the nature of his own history that his earlier life had perhaps not fully clarified, which was that feelings do not simply pass away when the relationship that generated them changes or ends, that the women he had loved and not loved adequately enough had not simply accepted the inadequacy and moved on, but had carried what they felt in ways that persisted and acted, and were not resolved by his later good intentions or his genuine regret. Rokujo no Miyasudokoro had been the most extreme case of this persistence, her feelings the most extreme in their manifestation, but she was not the only case, and the pattern of his life had created a world in which the unresolved feelings of the past were a genuine presence in the present, acting on those around him with a force that love alone, even genuine love, was not sufficient to address. Genji, watching all of this, watching the spirit of a woman he had not loved adequately enough, continuing to act in the world of the living, continuing to affect those around him with the force of what she had felt, understood something about the nature of his own history that his earlier life had perhaps not fully clarified, which was that feelings do not simply pass away when the relationship that generated them changes or ends, that the women he had loved and not loved adequately enough had not simply accepted the inadequacy and moved on, but had carried what they felt in ways that persisted and acted and were not resolved by his later good intentions or his genuine regret. Rokujo no Miyasudokoro had been the most extreme case of this persistence, her feelings the most extreme in their manifestation, but she was not the only case, and the pattern of his life had created a world in which the unresolved feelings of the past were a genuine presence in the present, acting on those around him with a force that love alone, even genuine love, was not sufficient to address. He thought of her often in those later years, thought of her with the particular quality of attention that regret generates, the attention that circles around what cannot be changed, and finds in each circuit something new to recognize about the nature of the loss and the nature of the failure that produced it. He thought of the festival, of the carriage pushed aside, of the expression on her face as she watched the procession pass. He thought of the bedside of Aoi, of the voice that spoke through the suffering woman's mouth, of the things the voice had said that Miyasudokuro herself had never said directly in all the years of their connection. He thought of Issei, of the letters that had continued to arrive from the distance that she had put between herself and everything that proximity to him generated, letters that were as beautiful as anything she had written, and that contained in their beauty the same careful management of the feeling beneath, the same refusal to let the feeling appear unmediated, the same pride that made direct expression impossible and made the indirection of art the only available channel. And he thought of the final meeting, of the woman who had returned from Issei, already diminished by what the years and the illness had taken from her, who had sat across from him with the composure that had always been her public face, and who had spoken of practical matters, of her daughter's future, of the obligations that her death would leave unmet, and who had only briefly, in the oblique register that was the only register available to her, acknowledged the thing that lay between them, the harm that her feelings had done, and the harm that his inconstancy had done, and the impossibility of fully accounting for either. Rokujo no Miyasudokuro understood, better than anyone else in Genji's world, the full cost of what his nature exacted from those around him, because she had paid that cost in the most extreme form available, had paid it not only in the suffering of unreturned love, but in the horror of discovering what that love had become when it had nowhere else to go. And Genji, to his credit, and within the limits of what his nature allowed, understood this about her, understood that what had happened between them was not simply a matter of his having preferred other women, or having been distracted by other attachments, but something that went to the center of what he was and what she was, and the impossibility of those two natures fully accommodating each other in a world that offered no structure adequate to what either of them actually needed. The structure that Heian Court offered was the structure of multiple relationships managed simultaneously, of love distributed across several women according to the complex calculations of rank and feeling and obligation and desire, and this structure was adequate for some of the people who inhabited it and inadequate for others, and Rokujo no Miyasudokuro was among those for whom it was most inadequate, whose nature required a singularity of focus that the structure did not provide, and that Genji's nature was not capable of supplying. Murasaki, who had known Miyasudokuro only through the spirit that had afflicted her, and through the stories and the poems and the reputation that Miyasudokuro had left behind, understood something about the woman from these indirect sources that she could not have understood from direct acquaintance, something about the particular quality of the suffering that unreturned love generates in a person of that completeness and that pride. Because Murasaki's own situation was not entirely unlike Miyasudokuro's, though it was different in important ways. She too had committed herself completely to a man whose affections were not organized around a single commitment. She too had experienced the displacement that Genji's attachments to other women created. She too had managed the experience with the composure that her training and her pride required, had presented to the world the face of a woman wholly devoted to a man who gave her less than her devotion deserved. The difference was that Murasaki survived, continued in the world longer than Miyasudokuro had continued, and the survival had its own costs and its own complications, its own relationship to the question of what it means to carry what cannot be put down without loss of self. When the possession came to her, when Miyasudokoro's spirit spoke through her, Murasaki heard in what was said something of what she herself had felt and not said, something of the feeling that the composure had contained and that the art had given form to, and that still remained beneath the composure and the art, waiting for an occasion to be heard. The occasion that the possession provided was one she had not sought and would not have chosen, and the hearing it allowed was not the hearing she would have wanted, was heard in extremity, and attributed to a dead woman's spirit, rather than acknowledged as also something she herself might have said. But it was heard, and the hearing had consequences of its own, changed something in the relationship between Genji and Murasaki, made visible between them a truth that the ordinary management of the surface had kept hidden. The truth was that she suffered. The truth was that the life she lived with him, however genuinely loved and however central to his emotional world, was also a life that exacted from her something that the love did not compensate for, that the displacement and the inadequacy and the knowledge of what she had given and what she had received in return created in her something that the composure managed but did not resolve. This is not a simple truth, and the Tale of Genji does not present it as one. Murasaki genuinely loved Genji, and the love was not simply the suffering of someone who had been deceived, but the complex experience of someone who chose her attachments with full knowledge of what they entailed, and who continued to choose them, because the alternative, the withdrawal that Rokujo no Miyasudokoro had chosen, and that Oigimi would later choose, was not available to her or not chosen by her. She stayed in the world. She managed the surface. She continued to write the beautiful poems and to respond to the seasons with the precise appreciation that the court valued, and to be the person that Genji had shaped her to be, and that she had also, in some part that the shaping could not fully account for, chosen to be herself. And she carried what she carried, and the carrying cost her what it cost her, and when she died it was not in the dramatic fashion of a possession or a possession's victim, but in the quieter fashion of someone whose vital resources have been gradually consumed by the effort of carrying what cannot be put down, whose life has been spent on terms that were never quite adequate to what she had to give. Rokujo no Miyasudokoro and Murasaki are the two great figures in the Tale of Genji who illuminate from different angles the same fundamental truth about the experience of loving more completely than one is loved in return, and the difference between them, the difference between Miyasudokoro's dramatic and destructive response and Murasaki's composed and ultimately fatal one, is not a difference between the right response and the wrong response, but a difference between two ways of being destroyed by the same situation. Part 4. To understand what Rokujo no Miyasudokoro means in the world of the Tale of Genji, it is necessary to understand something about the world itself, about the particular conception of the relationship between the inner life and the outer world that Heian culture maintained, and that Murasaki Shikibu rendered with such extraordinary precision and such extraordinary sympathy. The Heian court was a world of surfaces, in the sense that the management of surfaces, the presentation of beauty and wit and emotional refinement to the world, was among its central preoccupations and among its highest achievements. Poetry and calligraphy and the appreciation of nature and the ability to respond to any situation with the appropriate blend of feeling and aesthetic understanding were the skills that the court valued most, were the skills through which identity was constructed and social position maintained, and the quality of a person's inner life was made legible to those around them. But the emphasis on surfaces did not mean that the inner life was denied or suppressed, and this is one of the most interesting things about the world that the Tale of Genji depicts, that the cultivation of surfaces was understood as the cultivation of depths, that the person who could respond to the first cherry blossoms of spring with the perfect poem was understood to be demonstrating not simply a technical skill, but a genuine sensitivity to the transience and the beauty that the blossoms embodied. Rokujo no Miyasudokuro was exceptional in this world by every measure the world offered. Her poetry was among the finest that the court produced. Her understanding of music and of the other arts that the court valued was profound and original. Her ability to manage the surface of her emotional life, to present to the world the face of composure and dignity, regardless of what lay beneath, was itself a kind of art, practiced with the consistency and the precision that art requires. And yet the very depth of her inner life, the very intensity with which she felt everything that she felt, was the thing that ultimately exceeded the world's capacity to contain it, that broke through the surface of composure and acted in the world in the form of the living spirit, the force that visited Aoi and later Murasaki and Onna Sanomiya, and that could not be recalled or controlled by any act of will. This is one of the paradoxes that the Tale of Genji explores through the figure of Rokujo no Miyasudokuro, the paradox that the person who is most gifted in the arts of emotional refinement and surface management is also the person whose inner life is most powerful and therefore most difficult to contain, that the cultivation of depth creates depth, that the person who feels most acutely is the person most at risk of the consequences of feeling. Genji himself understood this about her, or came to understand it, and his understanding came too late, as his understanding of many things came too late, but it came, and the regret that accompanied it was genuine, and was among the more honest emotions that the tale records him experiencing, a regret not for specific actions that could have been taken differently, but for the more fundamental incapacity that lay beneath those actions, the incapacity to give a person what that person deserved when the giving was possible. The question of what Genji deserved in return for what he experienced is one that the tale raises without answering, because the tale is too honest about the complexity of the situation to offer a simple moral accounting, too aware that Genji was not simply a villain who used women and discarded them, but a person of genuine gifts and genuine feeling, who was also genuinely limited in ways that caused real harm, that the harm and the gifts were connected in ways that resisted separation. He suffered. The narrative makes this clear. The losses that his life accumulated, the deaths of women he had loved, and the knowledge that his own inadequacy had contributed to some of those losses, produced in him a grief and a remorse that were real experiences and not simply performances of regret for the benefit of an audience. but his suffering did not cancel the suffering of those he had harmed, did not address the question of what was owed to Rokujo no Miyasudokuro, or to Aoi, or to Murasaki for what they had experienced because of what he was and what he had done, and the tale does not suggest that it does not offer the comfort of a moral symmetry in which his pain pays the debt his inconstancy incurred. What it offers instead is something more interesting and more honest, which is the full complexity of a situation in which good and bad are not simply distributed between different people, but are present together in the same person, in which the capacity for love and the capacity for harm are not opposites, but aspects of the same nature, in which the most beautiful things and the most damaging things can emerge from the same source. Rokujo no Miyasudokuro was the figure through whom this complexity was most fully explored, because she was the figure whose suffering was most clearly connected to her gifts, whose capacity for feeling was inseparable from the force that her feeling generated when it was not received in the measure it was given, whose story makes the most direct case for the proposition that the intensity of the inner life is both the source of what is most valuable about a person and the source of what is most dangerous. She was not a comfortable figure, not a figure who offered the reader the simple pleasures of a victim purely wronged or a villain purely at fault, but a figure of extraordinary complexity, a figure who demanded from the reader something of the same quality of attention and understanding that her own nature demanded from the world around her, the ability to hold multiple things simultaneously, to feel the genuine sympathy her suffering evoked while acknowledging the genuine harm her spirit caused, to understand the love and the rage and the pride and the horror as aspects of a single coherent experience, rather than as contradictions that needed to be resolved. She is, in many ways, the character in the Tale of Genji, whose modernity is most striking to readers who encounter her from a later perspective, not because her situation is modern, but because the honesty with which her inner life is rendered, the refusal to simplify or moralize or resolve the complexity of what she feels and what she does, has a quality that feels contemporary in its insistence on the irreducible difficulty of being a person with strong feelings in a world that cannot always accommodate them. Murasaki Shikibu herself was a woman of Heian court, a woman who had her own experiences of loss and of love imperfectly returned, and of the management of inner life within the constraints of a society that prescribed very carefully what could be expressed and how, and it is not difficult to feel in the figure of Rokujo no Miyasudokuro something of what its creator knew personally about the consequences of feeling too much in a world that did not always know how to receive it. The novel that contains her is often described as the world's first novel, and whether or not that description is precisely accurate, it is certainly one of the earliest works of sustained prose fiction to take the inner life of its characters as its primary subject, to be interested not simply in what people do, but in what they feel while they are doing it, and what the feeling costs them, and what it generates in those around them. Rokujo no Miyasudokuro is at the center of this project, because she is the character whose inner life most dramatically overflows into the outer world, whose feelings most clearly demonstrate the proposition that the inner and the outer are not cleanly separated, that what a person feels has consequences that extend beyond the merely subjective, and act upon others in ways that cannot be fully anticipated or controlled. Her story begins with a love that was not returned in the measure it was given, proceeds through the horror of discovering what that unreturned love had generated, continues through the years of Issei and the illness that ended in death, and persists after death in the manifestations of a spirit that could not release what it had carried, and at every stage it illuminates something true about the relationship between feeling and action, between the inner life and the world that surrounds it. The specific qualities of Heian world in which this story is set, the elaborate ceremonial culture and the court poetry and the sensitivity to the natural world and the particular understanding of the relationship between the living and the dead are not incidental to the story, but essential to it, because they create the conditions under which the story is possible, the world in which it makes sense for the intensity of a woman's feeling to manifest as a living spirit, in which the dead continue to act in the world of the living, in which the management of the inner life is both an art and a necessity. But the story reaches beyond those specific conditions to something more universal, something about the experience of loving without adequate return, of being exceptionally gifted in a world that cannot fully accommodate exceptional gifts, of feeling with an intensity that the world around you is not prepared to receive, that resonates with readers far removed from the specifics of Heian court. Rokujo no Miyasudokoro is a figure of loss, of the loss of a husband who died young, and a love that was never returned in the measure it was given, and a life that was shaped by those losses in ways that her gifts and her pride could not prevent. But she is also a figure of endurance, of the persistence of feeling beyond the circumstances that generated it, of the refusal to release what has been completely given, even when the release would be the more comfortable option. Her spirit persists in the world of the tale long after her body is gone, continues to act and to affect and to make its presence felt, and this persistence is the most extreme version of something that the tale presents as a more general truth about the way that intense feeling continues in the world, the way that love and suffering do not simply end when the person who experienced them is gone, but leave traces that others live with and feel the effects of long after the source has passed. Her spirit persists in the world of the tale long after her body is gone, continues to act and to affect and to make its presence felt, and this persistence is the most extreme version of something that the tale presents as a more general truth about the way that intense feeling continues in the world, the way that love and suffering do not simply end when the person who experienced them is gone, but leave traces that others live with and feel the effects of long after the source has passed. There is something in the figure of Rokujo no Miyasudokoro that speaks to a particular kind of experience, the experience of being someone whose inner life exceeds the capacity of the world around them to receive it, whose feelings are larger than the forms available for their expression, whose love is more complete than the love that is returned to them. This is not a rare experience, and it is not an experience confined to the specific circumstances of Heian court, and it is perhaps one of the reasons why the Tale of Genji, written more than 1,000 years ago in a world utterly unlike our own, continues to be read and continues to resonate with readers who recognize in Rokujo no Miyasudokoro something of their own experience of loving and being loved imperfectly. The court of Heian Japan believed that poetry was the most adequate form for the expression of the inner life, that the compression of feeling into the 17 or 31 syllables of the classical forms was not a limitation, but an achievement, a demonstration that the feeling was real enough and refined enough to survive the discipline of form. Rokujo no Miyasudokoro was a master of this art, was among the finest poets at a court of fine poets, and her poems are among the most beautiful in the tale. But her story suggests that poetry was not, in the end, adequate to what she felt, that the feeling exceeded even the most refined and most beautiful forms available for its expression, that what she carried could not be fully contained by any art, however skilled, and the consequence of that excess was the living spirit, the force that bypassed the art entirely and acted directly in the world. This is one of the most interesting things that the story of Rokujo no Miyasudokoro suggests about the nature of feeling and the nature of art, that art is the attempt to give form to what exceeds form, that the value of art lies precisely in this attempt, and that the attempt can fail, that what exceeds form does not simply disappear when the art fails to contain it, but continues in the world in other ways, ways that are less beautiful and more dangerous than the art they circumvent. The beauty of Rokujo no Miyasudokoro, the beauty of her poems and her music, and her management of every occasion with the precise grace that the court valued, was the beauty of a person who was always attempting to give form to what she felt, always trying to shape what was most powerful in her experience into something that the world could receive. And the horror of the living spirit was the failure of that attempt, the overflow of what could not be contained, the feeling that went where it went because it had nowhere else to go. In the context of the whole tale of Genji, the story of Rokujo no Miyasudokoro serves as a kind of warning and a kind of elegy simultaneously, a warning about the consequences of love imperfectly returned, and an elegy for the person who loved and was not fully received, and the warning and the elegy are given equal weight, are held in the same careful balance that Murasaki Shikibu maintains throughout the work, the refusal to reduce the complexity of human experience to any simpler moral than the complexity itself. What Rokujo no Miyasudokoro wanted was not complicated, in the sense that the desire itself was clear. She wanted to be loved in the measure that she loved, to have the depth of her feeling met with a corresponding depth, to occupy in the life of the person she had committed herself to a position commensurate with the completeness of that commitment. This is not an unusual desire. It is perhaps the most common desire that exists between people who love each other. What was complicated was the situation in which this desire was embedded, the specific person she had chosen to love, and the specific limitations of that person, and the specific world in which both of them were living, a world that made it structurally difficult for the desire to be satisfied, because it placed formal constraints on the relationship that worked against the informal reality of what she felt and what she needed. Genji could not make her his principal wife. His connections to Aoi, his formal wife, precluded it. His position in the court required the management of multiple relationships that the social structure of Heian society both demanded and enabled, and the management of those relationships was not simply a personal failing, but a structural feature of the world he inhabited. And yet the structural explanation does not fully account for what happened, does not address the question of whether a person with different qualities, with a different relationship to his own inconstancy, might have managed the situation with less damage. Rokujo no Miyasudokoro's story does not answer this question, and the Tale of Genji does not answer it, because the tale is interested in the question rather than in the answer, in the full complexity of a situation that resists the simplifications that answers require. What the tale does offer, in place of an answer, is the full texture of the experience on both sides, the full weight of what was felt by the woman who loved too completely, and by the man who could not receive what was given, and by the women who were caught in the effects of what that incompleteness generated. And the offering of that full texture is the highest ambition of literature and the greatest achievement of the Tale of Genji. Rokujo no Miyasudokoro loved Genji with the completeness of her nature, which was a very complete nature, and was not loved in return with a corresponding completeness, and what that inadequacy produced in her was first grief, and then pride, and then rage, and finally the force that expressed what could not be expressed through any of the ordinary channels that her world provided, and the force acted in the world and caused harm, and then continued after her death to cause more harm, and through all of it she remained herself, remained the extraordinary woman she had always been, refused to be diminished by what she suffered, even as she suffered it. This is perhaps the most remarkable thing about her, that the suffering and the horror did not diminish her, did not reduce her to simply a victim or simply a monster, but kept her always in the full complexity of what she was, a woman of immense gifts and immense feeling, a woman whose story illuminates something true and difficult and ultimately irreducible about the experience of being alive. She lives in the pages of a book written more than 1,000 years ago, and she is as present there as she has ever been, as immediate, as complex, as resistant to simple moral judgment as any figure in the literature of any language, and she is there because a woman named Murasaki Shikibu understood her well enough to render her fully, understood from the inside what it was to be someone whose feelings exceeded the capacity of the world to receive them, and put that understanding into the most beautiful and most enduring form available to her. The Lady of Rokujo, Rokujo no Miyasudokoro, the woman whose love was not returned in the measure it was given, and who did not forgive it, and who could not forget it, and who is not forgotten. The specific qualities of the inner life that Rokujo no Miyasudokoro possessed, the intensity of her feeling and the completeness of her commitment, and the pride that made direct expression impossible, these were qualities that Heian court recognized and valued in their aesthetic manifestations, while being poorly equipped to accommodate in their emotional ones. The court valued intensity of feeling as the source of great poetry, valued the capacity for deep emotion as the mark of a refined and cultivated person, valued the sensitivity to beauty and to loss that the greatest art required, and Rokujo no Miyasudokoro had all of this in abundance, was in these terms among the most highly cultivated people, at a court of highly cultivated people. But the cultivation of feeling as an aesthetic resource and the accommodation of feeling as a human reality are not the same thing, and the court that celebrated the first was not always equipped to provide the second, and Rokujo no Miyasudokoro's story is in part the story of this gap, the gap between the world's appreciation of what her feelings produced in its highest forms and its incapacity to receive the feelings themselves in their full force. Genji appreciated her poetry. He appreciated her music. He appreciated the precision and the beauty with which she managed every occasion, and he was not capable of giving her what the appreciation of all these things might have suggested he would give her, which was a love adequate to what the gifts expressed, a commitment corresponding to the depth that the art made visible. The appreciation and the incapacity coexisted in him without apparent contradiction, and this coexistence is one of the most honest things about his characterization, one of the ways in which the Tale of Genji refuses the simpler narrative in which the failure to love adequately is a mark of simple indifference or simple cruelty. He was not indifferent to her. He was not cruel to her. He was genuinely moved by what she was, and genuinely incapable of giving her what she needed, and the gap between the genuine feeling and the genuine incapacity is where the tragedy lives, not in the simple opposition of love and its absence, but in the complicated territory where love is present and still insufficient. This is the territory that Murasaki Shikibu was most interested in, the territory where good intentions and genuine feeling are not enough, where the person who causes harm is also a person who feels and regrets, where the complexity of the situation refuses to resolve into any simpler moral than the complexity itself. Rokujo no Miyasudokoro lived in this territory from the beginning of her connection with Genji to the end, navigated it with the intelligence and the pride and the art that were her defining qualities, and found in the end that none of those qualities, however exceptional, were sufficient to prevent the consequences that the territory produced. Her story is not a story with a lesson in the simple sense, not a story from which a reader can extract a principle that will prevent the same situation from arising again, because the situation it describes is not the result of a mistake that could have been avoided with better judgment or better behavior, but the result of what certain people are and what certain worlds are, and the consequences that follow when those people inhabit those worlds and try to love each other within them. What it offers instead of a lesson is a truth, the truth of a specific experience rendered with extraordinary honesty and extraordinary precision, and the truth does what truth does, which is to illuminate something about the nature of experience itself that the person who encounters it recognizes as genuine, as corresponding to something they know from the inside, even if they have not lived the specific situation the truth describes. The Lady of Rokujo, she loved completely. She was not loved in return with equal completeness. She did not forgive it. She became the flame, and the world that her flame touched was never quite the same afterward, never quite as comfortable in its management of surfaces, never quite as able to believe that what lies beneath the surface can be fully contained by the arts of concealment and expression that the surface requires. She made the depths visible, though not in the way she would have chosen, and the visibility she created has lasted longer than anything else about her, longer than the beauty of her poems, or the precision of her social gifts, or the pride that was both her greatest defense and the source of her greatest vulnerability. She is still visible in the pages of the book that contains her, more than 1,000 years after she was created. And the visibility is not simply the visibility of a character in a story, but the visibility of a truth about human experience that the story was created to express, and that the expression has kept alive through all the centuries of reading that have passed since it was first written. Part 5. After Genji himself was gone, after the shining Miko had withdrawn from the world he had illuminated and complicated in equal measure, the world of the tale continued, organized now around different people and different configurations of feeling, and the question of what Rokujo no Miyasudokoro's legacy meant for those who came after entered a new phase, more distant from its origin, but no less consequential for that distance. The section of the Tale of Genji that takes place after Genji's death, the section known as the Uzi chapters after the location where much of the action occurs, is a different kind of story from what preceded it, darker and more austere in its emotional texture, less given to the brightness that Genji's presence had shed over everything he touched, more interested in the ways that the inheritance of the past shapes the possibilities of the future. The characters who inhabit the Uzi chapters, the young men Kaoru and Nioinomiya, and the young women they become entangled with, the sisters Oigimi and Nakanokimi, and the figure of Ukifune, who is at the center of the most intense drama, are in various ways shaped by what has come before them, by the world that Genji made, and the legacies that his life and the lives of the women around him left behind. Kaoru is Genji's putative son, raised as such, but the tale makes clear that he is not Genji's biological child, that his actual father was a man who had had an affair with Onna Sanomiya, the woman who had been possessed by the spirit of Rokujo no Miyasudokoro, and who had taken religious vows in the aftermath of that possession. Kaoru carries within him, without fully understanding it, the consequence of that history, the weight of a conception that was itself a product of the complicated forces that Miyasudokoro's spirit had set in motion. He is a serious and melancholy young man, drawn to the religious and the contemplative, aware of a weight in his own nature that he cannot fully account for, a weight that the narrative connects, without stating it directly, to the circumstances of his origin, and to the unresolved forces that those circumstances embodied. He is drawn to the daughters of Miko at Uzi, to Oigimi the elder sister who refuses him with a consistency and a finality that his persistence cannot overcome, and to Nakanokimi the younger sister who marries Nioinomiya and navigates her own complicated situation. The refusal of Oigimi is one of the most interesting elements of the Uzi chapters, a refusal that is not simply the conventional modesty of a young woman resisting an unwanted attachment, but something more deliberate and more philosophical, a refusal grounded in a genuine sense that the entanglement of love brings more suffering than it brings happiness, and that the wisest response to the possibility of love is to decline it entirely rather than to risk what the decline might prevent. There is something in Oigimi's refusal that resonates with the story of Rokujo no Miyasudokoro, though the connection is not direct and the circumstances are very different. Both women are faced with a love that is offered genuinely, but that the woman cannot trust to be returned in the measure required, and both women respond with a withdrawal that is more complete than the circumstances strictly require, a withdrawal that goes beyond the management of a specific situation to something more fundamental about the relationship between the self and the world. Rokujo no Miyasudokoro's withdrawal was from Genji, from the court, from the capital, a physical and emotional withdrawal that preserved what remained of her dignity and her sense of self after the humiliation of the festival and the horror of the possession. Oigimi's withdrawal is more radical, a withdrawal from the possibility of love itself, from the vulnerability that love requires, from the exposure that even the hope of being loved creates. And Oigimi's withdrawal ends in her death, not a dramatic death in the manner of the possession's victims, but a quiet and deliberate fading, a refusal of the food and the care that would have sustained her life, a dying that has the quality of a choice made calmly and maintained with the same steadiness that her refusal of Kaoru had always maintained. The echo of Rokujo no Miyasudokoro in Oigimi's story is not the echo of a ghost or a direct spiritual influence, but something more diffuse, the echo of a pattern, of the way that certain kinds of feeling and certain kinds of world create certain kinds of outcomes, the way that the refusal to be loved inadequately can become, in certain circumstances, the refusal to be loved at all. Ukifune is the figure in the Uzi chapters who most directly experiences the consequences of being desired by two men simultaneously, of being the object of both Kaoru's earnest and melancholy attention, and Nioinomiya's more impulsive and less responsible passion, and her experience has a quality that echoes, in a different register, the experience of the women in Genji's life who found themselves competing for a position that could not be fully shared. She is a young woman of modest origins compared to the sisters, brought into the Uzi world through complicated family connections, and she is less equipped than Oigimi or Nakanokimi to navigate the demands of the situation she finds herself in, less able to maintain the composure that the court culture prescribed for young women managing difficult attachments. What happens to Ukifune is one of the most extraordinary sequences in the Uzi chapters, a sequence that connects directly to the themes established by the story of Rokujo no Miyasudokoro, in which the pressure of her situation becomes unbearable, and she walks into the river at Uji in the river at Uzi, and is found on the riverbank, and undergoes what the narrative presents as a kind of spiritual crisis, a possession by forces that the ordinary world cannot account for, before eventually taking religious vows and withdrawing from the world entirely. The possession that Ukifune experiences has a different quality from the possessions attributed to Miyasudokoro's spirit earlier in the tale, is less clearly connected to a specific spiritual source, but it belongs to the same imaginative world, the world in which the intensity of feeling can exceed the capacity of the self to contain it, and can manifest in ways that bypass the ordinary channels of volition and action. Ukifune's survival and her eventual withdrawal into religious life is one of the ways in which the Uzi chapters depart from the pattern established in the main body of the tale, where the women most affected by the consequences of love's inadequacy do not always survive, where Rokujo no Miyasudokoro dies and Aoi dies, and even Murasaki, the woman most central to Genji's later life, does not ultimately survive the accumulated weight of what she has experienced. Ukifune survives, and her survival has a different quality from the survival that simply continues a life in the world, a quality of having passed through something and emerged on the other side changed, committed to a form of life that removes her from the entanglements that brought her to the river at Uzi, and that offers in their place a different kind of existence, quieter and more austere and oriented towards something other than the complicated negotiations of love and rank and position that the court world required. There is a question that the Uzi chapters leave open, that the Tale of Genji leaves open, which is whether this withdrawal is a resolution or simply a different form of the same refusal that Oigimi embodied, whether the religious life that Ukifune chooses represents a genuine peace or simply the most complete available form of the withdrawal from the risk of feeling that the experience of love's inadequacy can generate. The tale does not answer this question, ends before it can be answered, ends with Ukifune in her retreat, and Kaoru having discovered that she is alive and attempting to contact her, and Ukifune declining, through the intermediaries available to her, to acknowledge him, to allow the connection to be re-established, to re-enter the world that had brought her to the river. Rokujo no Miyasu Dokuro casts her shadow over all of this, not as a direct presence, but as the originating figure in a pattern that the tale traces across generations and across different configurations of the fundamental situation, which is the situation of feeling that is given more completely than it is received, and the consequences that this incompleteness generates. She was the most extreme case, the figure in whom the consequences were most dramatically manifested, in whom the living spirit was most clearly the expression of feelings that had nowhere else to go, in whom the gap between what was given and what was returned was most fully and most honestly explored. But she was not the only case, and the Uzi chapters, by following the consequences of the world she inhabited into the generation after Genji, suggests that what she embodied was not simply a personal tragedy, but something more systemic, something about the structure of the world that the tale depicts, and the kinds of outcomes that structure reliably produces. The women of the Uzi chapters, Oigimi and Nakanokimi and Ukifune, are all in various ways negotiating the same fundamental situation that Rokujo no Miyasu Dokuro negotiated before them, the situation of being women in a world that does not always know how to receive what women have to give, that offers love imperfectly and expects the imperfection to be absorbed without remainder. The Rokujo no Miyasu Dokuro's response to this situation was the most powerful and the most dangerous, the living spirit that could not be recalled, and that continued to act in the world after her death. The responses of the Uzi women are differently shaped, are less dramatic in their external manifestations, but no less complete in their inner logic, and they share with Miyasu Dokuro's response the quality of refusing to pretend that the inadequacy is adequate, refusing to absorb what cannot be absorbed without remainder, and present a face of acceptance to the world. The Lady of Rokujo, she did not forgive, she became the flame, and the flame, long after the woman who kindled it was gone, continued to burn in the world she had left behind, continued to illuminate and to sear, continued to make visible what would otherwise have remained hidden, the full cost of love imperfectly given and imperfectly received, the full complexity of what it means to feel with completeness in a world that cannot always match it. Her story is not a comfortable story. It was not meant to be. It is a story about the consequences of feeling, about the way that the most human thing in us, the capacity for love, can become the most dangerous thing in us when the world around us cannot receive it in the measure we offer it, and about the way that the consequences of that failure persist in the world long after the feeling that generated them has passed. She was not forgiven, and she did not forgive, and she is not forgotten, and the not forgetting is itself a form of the justice that the world she lived in could not provide. The literature that followed the tale of Genji in the Japanese tradition has returned again and again to the figure of the woman whose feelings exceed the world's capacity to receive them, and each return has found in the original something new to illuminate. The No Theater took Rokujo no Miyasudokoro as one of its central subjects, and the plays built around her story are among the most powerful in the repertoire, plays in which the figure of the jealous spirit is not simply a supernatural phenomenon, but a meditation on the nature of feeling and its consequences, on the way that love and grief and rage can persist beyond the ordinary boundaries of the self. In the No play called Aoi Noe, the play of Lady Aoi, the spirit of Rokujo no Miyasudokoro appears as a force that possesses the suffering Aoi, that speaks through her of the love that was not returned and the humiliation that was not forgiven, and the play does not resolve this into a simple moral about jealousy, but holds it in the full complexity of what it actually is, a force generated by love and by its inadequate return. The centuries that have passed since Murasaki Shikibu wrote the Tale of Genji have not simplified Rokujo no Miyasudokoro, have not made her easier to understand or more comfortable to contemplate, and this resistance to simplification is itself evidence of the depth and the honesty with which she was created, of the degree to which the figure reaches something true about human experience that cannot be reduced to any simpler formulation. She is a figure of love and a figure of horror, a figure of immense dignity and a figure of devastating force, a figure who commands both sympathy and something approaching fear, and the capacity to hold all of these things simultaneously is the mark of a character created with the full complexity that the experience she embodies actually contains. The world she lived in was a world of extraordinary refinement and extraordinary constraint, a world in which the expression of the inner life was both highly valued and highly controlled, and the story of Rokujo no Miyasudokoro is the story of what happens when the concealment fails, when the control is overwhelmed by the force it is attempting to contain, when the feeling that the art is trying to shape exceeds the art's capacity to shape it. Rokujo no Miyasudokoro's living spirit is the metaphor that Heian imagination used to name this excess, to make visible the force that feeling generates when it has nowhere else to go, and it is a metaphor of extraordinary power, precisely because within the imaginative world of the tale, it is also a literal reality, a thing that actually happens, that actually affects the people it encounters, that actually persists after the death of the person who generated it, by making the feelings real in the world, by giving them a force that acts on others and produces consequences that others have to live with. Murasaki Shikibu made an argument about the nature of feeling itself, about the way that what we feel does not stay within us, but moves through the world and affects others, whether we intend it to or not. Rokujo no Miyasudokoro was not fully aware, for some time, of what her spirit was doing. She had the dreams, and the unease, and the frightening recognition that something of her was leaving her body and going somewhere. But when the full nature of what was happening became clear, it was already too late to undo what had been done. This unknowing is one of the most important elements of her story, because it removes the simple moral of intentional wrongdoing and replaces it with something more complicated and more honest, the situation of a person who causes harm without fully intending it, who is the instrument of a force generated by her own feelings, but not fully under her control. She suffered, and she caused suffering, and she knew both, and she carried both, and she was neither simply a victim nor simply a villain, and the refusal to resolve her into either of those simpler categories is the most honest thing about her and the most enduring thing about the story that contains her. The river at Uzi flows still, in the world and in the imagination, and the women who came to its banks in the later chapters of the tale are still there in the pages of the book, still navigating the situation that the structure of their world created for them, still refusing in their different ways to pretend that the inadequacy is adequate. Ukifune at the edge of the water, Oigimi fading quietly into her refusal, Nakanokimi managing with the practical intelligence of someone who has decided that survival is the best available form of resistance. They are all in some way the daughters of Rokujo no Miyasudokuro, not literally, but in the sense that they inhabit the world that her story helped to create. Rokujo no Miyasudokuro asked the question of how to live with feelings that the world cannot fully receive, and she asked it first, and most completely, and most devastatingly, and the asking has not been exhausted in the 1,000 years since the question was first put into the precise and beautiful language of the world's first great novel. She loved completely. She was not loved in return with equal completeness. She did not forgive it. She became the flame, and the flame burns still, in the pages of the book and in the imagination of everyone who has encountered her there, the woman whose feelings exceeded the world's capacity to receive them, who is not forgotten, and who will not be. The pattern that Rokujo no Miyasudokuro established in the world of the tale, the pattern of feeling that exceeds the capacity of the world to receive it, and that finds its own outlet when the ordinary channels are blocked, is a pattern that the Uzi chapters trace into the generation that follows Genji, and the tracing makes visible something about the nature of inheritance that is not simply biological, but emotional. The way that the unresolved feelings of one generation create the emotional landscape that the next generation must navigate. Kaoru moves through that landscape with the melancholy of someone who senses the weight of what he has inherited without fully understanding its source, who carries a gravity that his circumstances do not entirely explain, and that his own reflection on those circumstances does not quite reach the bottom of. He is drawn to women who withdraw, drawn to the refusal that Oigimi embodies, and whether this is because the refusal resonates with something in his own nature, or because Miyasudokuro's spirit, in some attenuated form, continues to shape the emotional configurations of the world he inhabits, the tale does not say clearly. What it shows instead is the pattern itself, the repetition across generations and circumstances of the fundamental situation in which feeling exceeds the capacity of the world to receive it. in which love is offered more completely than it is returned, in which the person who feels most deeply is the person most at risk of the consequences of that depth. The Uzi chapters are darker than what precedes them, and the darkness comes not simply from the loss of Genji and the diminishment of the world that his presence illuminated, but from something more fundamental, which is the sense that the world the tale depicts has reached a point where the ordinary human resources of love and beauty and art are not sufficient to address what has been accumulated, that the weight of the unresolved past is too great for the present to simply continue as though it were not there. Ukifune's crisis at the river is the most extreme manifestation of this weight in the Uzi chapters, the moment at which the accumulated pressure of being desired by two men and belonging fully to neither, of being caught between competing claims that she has no adequate framework for resolving, produces in her the same kind of excess that Miyasudokoro's feeling produced, the same overflow of what cannot be contained through the ordinary channels of will and art and social management. She survives, unlike Miyasudokoro's victims, and her survival leads to a form of life that removes her from the world where the pressure was generated, the religious life that is in some sense the most complete form of the withdrawal that Miyasudokoro chose when she went to Issei, the removal not simply from one man or one court, but from the whole structure of the world that makes such situations possible. Whether this removal constitutes a resolution or simply a different relationship to the unresolvable is one of the questions the tale ends with, and it ends with it because it is a genuine question, not one that the tale has an answer to, but one that the experience of the characters makes unavoidable. Rokujo no Miyasudokoro did not withdraw into religious life. She went to Issei and returned, and between the going and the returning and the dying that followed, she continued to be present in the world, continued to feel what she felt, continued to generate the force that her feeling produced, and continued to act in the world through that force even after the body that housed it was gone. Her persistence is the thing that makes her story most different from the stories of the women who came after her, from Oigimi's quiet refusal and Ukifune's crisis and withdrawal. The thing that distinguishes her as the figure in whom the consequences of feeling are most dramatically and most completely rendered. She did not withdraw from the world. She was present in it, fully and at great cost, to the end, and the presence was the presence of someone who would not diminish herself by pretending that what she felt was not what she felt, who would not manage the surface at the expense of the reality that the surface was managing, whose pride was ultimately the pride of someone who refused the comfort of the false resolution, who insisted on the full complexity of her own experience, even when that insistence produced consequences she would not have chosen. This insistence is what makes her great, in the sense that tragic figures are great, in the sense that the person who faces the full cost of what they are, and what they feel without flinching, is in some way admirable, even when what they are and what they feel produces harm, even when the facing without flinching is itself a form of damage to themselves and to others. The Lady of Rokujo, the woman whose love was not returned in the measure it was given, the woman whose spirit left her body and went where it went and did what it did, because there was nowhere else for the feeling to go. The woman who knew what had happened and carried the knowledge to her death. The woman whose spirit continued after her death to make present in the world the feeling that her life had not been able to resolve. She is the most honest figure in the most honest account of love that the literature of any culture has produced, and the honesty of her rendering is the greatest gift that Murasaki Shikibu gave to everyone who has read the tale in the 1,000 years since it was written, the gift of a truth about the experience of loving and being loved imperfectly that no simpler or more comfortable account of that experience could have provided. The flame she became burns still, in the pages of the book, in the imagination of everyone who has encountered her there, in the world that continues to produce the situations her story describes, the situations in which feeling exceeds the capacity of the world to receive it, in which love is given more completely than it is returned, in which the consequences of that incompleteness persist long after the circumstances that generated it have passed. She loved. She was not fully loved in return. She did not forgive it. She became the flame, and the flame, 1,000 years later, has not gone out. The Women He Could Never Forget, Kiritsubo and Fujitsubo, Part 1. There are losses that do not heal. There are absences that remain open no matter how many years pass over them, no matter how much the world changes around the person who carries them. The loss that shaped everything in the life of the man the world would come to call Hikaru Genji was not a battle lost or a throne refused. It was the death of his mother. She was called Kiritsubo no Koi, a lady of the court whose beauty was spoken of in terms that other beautiful women found difficult to hear without feeling diminished. She had come to the emperor's attention not through ambition or strategy, but simply through the quality of her presence, the way she moved through a room, the way she listened, and the way she spoke, as if the words she chose mattered and had been chosen carefully, the way she seemed to carry within her some quality of light that drew other people toward her, without their quite understanding why. The emperor loved her. This was not unusual in itself, because the emperor had many ladies at court, and was expected to distribute his attentions among them, according to the requirements of rank and political alliance. What was unusual was the degree to which he loved her, and the degree to which that love was visible, undisguised, a thing that everyone at court could see, and that many of them found deeply inconvenient. The court of those days was a world of exquisite surfaces and complicated interiors, a world in which what was said and what was meant occupied entirely different territories, a world in which rank and protocol governed every movement and every word, and in which the feelings of powerful people sent ripples through the entire social fabric in ways that those people themselves did not always see or understand. Kiritsubo no Koi was not of the highest rank. This was the problem, or at least this was the form the problem took at court. The emperor's love for her was inversely proportional to her social standing, which is to say that he loved her more than he loved women of greater rank. This inversion of the expected order created resentment among the ladies, who felt that their superior position entitled them to superior attention. Chief among these was Kokiden Nyogo, a lady of the highest rank and considerable political influence, whose son was the crown prince. She watched the emperor's devotion to Kiritsubo no Koi with a cold and focused displeasure that expressed itself not in open confrontation, but in the thousand small cruelties that court life made available to those who knew how to use them. The path from Kiritsubo apartments to the Emperor's quarters was long. She had to pass through corridors where other ladies had rooms, and those corridors became, through Kokidenon Yogo's quiet influence, a kind of gauntlet, a passage lined with subtle humiliations, with closed doors and turned backs, and the particular kind of deliberate blindness that is more cutting than any insult directly spoken. Kiritsubo bore these things with a patience that was itself a kind of strength. The alternative was a confrontation she could not win, and she understood the court well enough to know that open resistance would only make things worse. So she walked those corridors day after day, and she smiled where smiling was required, and she maintained the composure of a woman who has decided that dignity is the one thing that cannot be taken from her unless she surrenders it herself. She had a child. The child was a boy, and he was beautiful in a way that seemed to exceed the ordinary category of beautiful children. His beauty was the kind that made people stop and look twice and then look again, uncertain whether what they were seeing was simply a very handsome child or something that operated by different rules entirely. The Emperor recognized it immediately as something rare. The recognition deepened his love for the mother in ways that made Kiritsubo position at court simultaneously more precious and more dangerous. More precious because the Emperor's attention and protection were real and genuine. More dangerous because that attention drew more resentment from those who had reasons to resent her. The child learned everything faster than children were supposed to learn things. Those who taught him came away from their lessons with the expression of people who have encountered something unexpected and are still working out what it means. He learned music and absorbed it as if it were a language he had always known. He learned poetry and produced, at an age when other children were still struggling with the basics, work that the adults around him found they could not dismiss. He was, from the beginning, Hikaru Genji in the making, though no one had given him that name yet. But Kiritsubo was not well. The cruelties of the court, the long walks through hostile corridors, the accumulated weight of years lived under the pressure of other people's resentment, all of these things had taken something from her that she could not recover. She grew thin. She grew pale in a way that was different from the fashionable pallor of court ladies, a pallor that had something of winter in it, something that suggested the withdrawal of warmth rather than its cultivation. The Emperor watched this with the particular fear that love produces, the fear that the thing you love most is becoming less substantial, is thinning at the edges, is beginning to exist at a remove from the solid world. He summoned healers. He ordered prayers and rituals and consultations with every authority who might have something useful to say about the preservation of a life that had become, for him, the center around which everything else arranged itself. Nothing helped. The healers did what healers do, which is to apply the knowledge they have to situations that sometimes exceed that knowledge. The priests performed the ceremonies with the precision and devotion that their training required, and Kiritsubo continued to thin, continued to withdraw, continued to move by small and barely perceptible degrees in a direction that everyone could see and no one could stop. She died in the autumn. The season is significant in the classical tradition, because autumn carries with it the whole weight of association, that Japanese poets had been accumulating for centuries. The falling of leaves, the shortening of days, the particular quality of autumn light that is beautiful precisely because it is on its way to something else, that holds within its clarity the knowledge of its own passing. Kiritsubo no Koi's death in autumn was felt by those who wrote about it afterward as a terrible rightness, the rightness of something that is exactly as sad as it should be, that fits its grief the way a hand fits a glove. The emperor's grief was not the contained and dignified grief that court protocol prescribed for such occasions. It was the grief of a man who had loved without reservation, and who now faced the consequence of that lack of reservation. He could not eat, he could not sleep. He wandered through the apartments that had been hers, touching things she had touched, sitting in the places she had sat. He did the things that grief does when it refuses to accept that the person it was attached to is no longer present in the physical world. The court watched this with a mixture of sympathy and unease, because a grieving emperor is a distracted emperor, and a distracted emperor is a problem for everyone whose position depends on his attention. The child was 3 years old. He was too young to understand death in the way adults understand it, too young to have a framework for the absence that had opened in his life, but not too young to feel the absence, not too young to sense that something fundamental had changed, that the warmth that had been the center of his small world was no longer there. He was brought to the emperor, who looked at the boy's face and saw in it the face of the woman he had lost. The grief that had been almost unendurable became briefly and painfully more than unendurable. Then it became something else, something that incorporated the grief rather than being destroyed by it, a love for the child that was inseparable from and deepened by the love for the mother. The child would be raised at court, close to the emperor, educated and prepared for a life of distinction. The emperor would watch over him with the attentiveness of a man who has lost something irreplaceable and is determined not to lose what remains. This was the beginning of the story of the most admired man in the most refined court in the world, a man who would be loved by many and who would search, in every love, for the one he had lost before he was old enough to understand what loss meant. The boy grew. He grew into someone the court could not stop watching, not because he performed for their attention. His presence seemed to generate attention the way certain natural things generate light, effortlessly, as a function of what they are rather than what they are trying to do. He was called Hikaru Genji, the Shining One. The name tried to capture in 2 syllables what people experienced in his presence, that quality of luminosity, that sense of something exceeding the ordinary measure of human beauty and accomplishment. He learned what needed to be learned and learned it with a thoroughness that went beyond competence into something closer to transformation. Music, in his hands, became something different from what other musicians produced. Poetry, from his brush, arrived at meanings that other poets circled without quite reaching, and behind all of this, known only to those who looked carefully and thought about what they saw, was the absence that had been there since the autumn when he was 3 years old. The absence that would never be filled, no matter how many people moved through his life and no matter how many of them loved him. The absence that had a shape, a specific shape, the shape of a woman he could no longer remember, but whose loss had become the foundation of everything he was. The court moved on, as courts always do. Kokiden no Yogo's position was stronger now that Kiritsubo no Koi was gone, and she managed that position with the efficiency of a woman who has spent years preparing for exactly this kind of consolidation. The crown prince, her son, occupied the center of imperial succession, and the political arrangements of the court reorganized themselves around this new stability. The emperor was expected to move forward. He was expected, in the way that powerful men are always expected, to redirect his attentions toward the living. And eventually, after a period of mourning that everyone agreed was longer than strictly necessary, he began to look around him at the world. What he found there was something no one had expected, something that would reshape everything. Among the new ladies who came to court, he found a young woman who resembled Kiritsubo no Koi, not in any specific feature that could be pointed to and described, not in the color of her hair or the shape of her eyes or any particular detail that could be itemized and compared, but in some quality of presence, in the way she occupied the space around her, in something that the grieving emperor experienced as a kind of echo, the resonance between the woman who was gone and the woman who had arrived, a resonance that was painful and consoling at the same time. Her name was Fujitsubo. She was the daughter of a former emperor, a woman of the highest cultivation and the most refined accomplishments, and she was about to become the second great love of a man who had never stopped mourning his first. And she was about to enter the life of a small shining boy in ways that none of them, not the emperor, not Fujitsubo herself, not the boy, could possibly have foreseen. Part 2. Fujitsubo arrived at court in the way that certain people arrive, without fanfare and without announcement. And yet she changed the atmosphere of every room she entered in ways that people noticed, before they could have explained what they were noticing. She was the daughter of a former emperor. Her rank was high, her education thorough. Her accomplishments in music and poetry were not the merely competent accomplishments of a woman who had been well trained. They were the genuine accomplishments of someone drawn to these things by natural inclination, who had pursued them with real devotion. But none of these things were the primary reason the emperor had brought her to court. The primary reason was something that could not be stated directly, something that everyone in the court understood without needing to say it. Fujitsubo resembled Kiritsubo no Koi, not in any specific feature, not in the color of her hair or the shape of her face or any particular detail that could be itemized and compared, but in some quality of presence, in the way she occupied the space around her, in something that the grieving emperor experienced as a resonance, an echo between the woman who was gone and the woman who had arrived. It was painful and consoling at the same time, and the emperor, who was a man of real sensitivity, despite the enormous powers his position gave him, understood the complicated nature of what he was feeling without it causing him to feel it any less. The court had feelings about this, as courts always have feelings about the choices of the powerful. Kokiden no Yogo, who had spent years ensuring that Kiritsubo no Koi's position was as uncomfortable as possible, now found herself watching the emperor transfer his attention to a woman she could not as easily attack. Fujitsubo's rank was higher, her connections were stronger, her position at court was more defensible than Kiritsubo no Koi's had ever been, and Kokiden no Yogo, who was a calculating woman, understood that the tactics she had used before would not serve her here. She was patient, She was the kind of woman who could wait for the right moment without losing her sense of what the right moment would look like when it arrived. And so she watched, and she calculated, and she waited. The other ladies of the court formed their own opinions about the new arrival, opinions shaped by their various positions and their various investments in the existing arrangements of favor and attention. Some were curious, some were envious, some were simply interested, in the way that people who live in a world of limited entertainment are always interested in anything new that enters it. Fujitsubo navigated all of this with a grace that suggested she had not been surprised by any of it, that she had arrived at court understanding exactly what she was arriving into, and had prepared herself accordingly. Hikaru Genji was a child when Fujitsubo came to court. He was perhaps 5 or 6 years old, still at the age when children move through the world of adults with a freedom that comes from being not yet subject to all the constraints that adulthood imposes, still permitted into spaces and presences that would later be closed to him. He was brought into Fujitsubo's presence one day, as the child of the emperor was brought into the presences of the ladies of the court, as a kind of social occasion, an opportunity for the various parties to observe each other and form the impressions that would shape the relationships between them. What happened when Hikaru Genji looked at Fujitsubo for the first time is described in the old accounts with a care that suggests those accounts understood they were describing something important, something that would ramify through everything that followed. He looked at her, and something in him recognized something. Not her face, which he had never seen before. Not her voice, which he had never heard. But something behind these things, something that his child's perception reached toward, without having the language to name what it was reaching for. He felt in her presence something he had not felt since the autumn when he was 3 years old, and the warmth at the center of his world had been extinguished. He felt warm. The emperor noticed his son's response to Fujitsubo, and was moved by it in ways he could not have easily articulated. He understood, without needing to put it into words, that what the boy was responding to was the same thing he himself had responded to. The echo, the resonance, the quality that Fujitsubo carried within her that was not identical to Kiritsubo no Koi, but was continuous with her in some way that defied precise description. He encouraged the connection. He arranged for Hikaru Genji to spend time in Fujitsubo's company, to learn from her, to experience her presence as a regular feature of his life rather than an occasional encounter. This was, in one sense, a generous thing to do, a father recognizing what his son needed and trying to provide something close to it. In another sense, it was an arrangement whose consequences the emperor had not fully thought through, because the boy was growing. And what had been the uncomplicated warmth of a small child's response to someone who felt like home was becoming, as the years passed and the boy became a young man of extraordinary beauty and sensitivity, something considerably more complicated. The warmth was still there, but it was accompanied now by other things, by an awareness of Fujitsubo as a person, rather than simply a presence, by a noticing of her particular qualities, her particular ways of speaking and thinking and moving through the world, by something that Hikaru Genji himself, at this stage, could not have named or categorized, could only feel as an intensity that gathered whenever she was near and dissipated slowly whenever she was gone. Fujitsubo was not unaware of this. She was an intelligent woman, and intelligence in the women of that court had a particular character, shaped by a world in which they had few avenues for the direct exercise of their considerable capabilities. They were not less intelligent than the men around them. They were, in many cases, more perceptive, more attuned to the subtle movements of feeling and relationship that constitute the real landscape of social life, and Fujitsubo was among the most perceptive of them. She saw what was developing in Hikaru Genji before he could have named it himself. She saw it taking shape through the years of his adolescence, in the way he looked at her and the way he didn't look at her, in the things he said and the things he was careful not to say, in the particular quality of attention he brought to their conversations. She understood that it was dangerous, not in the ordinary way that the attentions of a young man are sometimes inconvenient, but in a specific and irreversible way, because of who he was and who she was, and what the relationship between them was supposed to be. He was the emperor's son. She was the emperor's consort. She had been brought into the imperial household in part because of her resemblance to the boy's mother. The web of feeling involved was not simple, and there was no version of this situation that resolved itself comfortably. Fujitsubo knew this with the clarity of a woman who had spent her life in a world that required her to know uncomfortable things clearly. She maintained the distance that the situation required. She did this with the discipline of someone who understands that discipline, in some circumstances, is not a constraint on life, but a form of it, a way of preserving the conditions under which anything decent can continue to exist. She was careful in the arrangements of their encounters. She was careful in the content and the tone of their conversations. She was careful in all the ways that a careful person can be careful, and her carefulness was not, it should be said, born of indifference. A woman indifferent to Hikaru Genji would not have needed to be so careful. The need for the discipline was itself evidence of something, evidence that the feelings she was managing were not simple, were not merely the feelings of an older woman responding with appropriate warmth to a talented child who had grown into an admirable young man. They were something else, something she did not give a name to, because naming things gives them a reality they can be harder to refuse, and Fujitsubo was not a woman who created difficulties for herself by being more honest than the situation required. She felt what she felt. She managed what she felt, and between the feeling and the management, in the space that these two things created and maintained, something lived that neither of them had chosen, and that neither of them could entirely dismiss. Part 3. There are things that happen that cannot be taken back. There are moments when a line is crossed that cannot be uncrossed, when the world divides into before and after. Everything that comes after carries the weight of the crossing, even when no one speaks of it, even when both people involved have agreed, in the way that people agree to these things, to proceed as if nothing has changed. Something had changed. Hikaru Genji was a young man now, grown past the age at which anyone who looked carefully could mistake what he felt for Fujitsubo for anything simpler than what it was. He was extraordinary in his beauty and his accomplishments, admired and pursued from every quarter of the court. But none of the admiration he received from others, none of the pursuit or the flattery or the offers of connection that came his way, displaced what he carried for Fujitsubo. The feeling had grown alongside him. It had not diminished with time or exposure, or the reasonable expectation that a young man of his qualities would eventually redirect his attention towards someone available and appropriate. It had deepened instead, had become more specific, more precise, more inseparable from his understanding of who he was and what he wanted from the world. Fujitsubo had maintained the distance she knew was necessary. She had maintained it with discipline and with intelligence and with a steadiness that had cost her something she could not quite name, a kind of continuous expenditure of the self in service of the correct management of an incorrect situation. She had not always found it easy. She had found Hikaru Genji difficult to be indifferent to, had found him difficult to hold at the remove that her understanding of the situation required. Not because he pressed against the distance. He was, in his way, respectful of it, or at least careful enough not to make his disrespect obvious, but because the quality of his attention, even at a careful distance, was not the kind of attention that was easy to receive without feeling something in return. There were circumstances she had not anticipated, moments when the ordinary structures of court life became porous, when the protocols and the attendance and the careful management of access and proximity allowed what had been kept separate to come together. One such moment came. How it came, whether through accident or design or some combination of the two that resists easy categorization, the old accounts are careful not to specify, as if the authors understood that some things are better approached at an angle than directly. What the accounts say is that Hikaru Genji found his way to Fujitsubo, and that Fujitsubo in that moment did not send him away. What followed was brief. Brief in the way that certain experiences are brief, not because they lack weight or significance, but because the conditions that make them possible are themselves unstable, cannot be maintained, cannot be extended without collapsing under the pressure of what they contain. Afterward, Hikaru Genji carried what had happened within him like a stone, like something that had weight and permanence. It altered the way he moved through the world, subtly but definitely, in ways that a careful observer would have noticed. He did not try to repeat it. He understood, with the intelligence that coexisted in him alongside the feeling that had produced the situation, that to try to repeat it would be to risk everything. Whatever existed between them was already in a form so fragile and threatened that the addition of any more weight might cause it to collapse entirely. He held it instead, held it the way people hold the things that have become too important to be risked in any further action. Fujitsubo held it differently. She held it with the steadiness of a woman who has understood from the beginning of her adult life that the wrong information in the wrong hands means ruin. She had developed, through years of careful navigation, the capacity for exactly this kind of steadiness. The consequences arrived as they always arrive, quietly at first, in the form of a physical change that Fujitsubo recognized before she was fully prepared to acknowledge what it meant. She was with child. The child's father was not the emperor. This was a secret of extraordinary danger, a secret that, if known, would have destroyed not only Fujitsubo's position at court, but the entire fabric of the imperial succession. The child, if male, would be in line for the throne, a throne occupied by a child whose true parentage was hidden, was a throne built on a lie of the most consequential kind. Fujitsubo held the secret. She held it alone, in the way that the most dangerous secrets must be held. She told no one, confided in no one. sought no counsel from anyone who might have helped her manage what she was managing, because the management of this particular secret did not permit the involvement of counsel. Every person who knew was another point of vulnerability, another place where the secret might leak, another risk she could not afford. So she held it alone, and she carried it alone, and she managed her own face and her own behavior and her own interactions with the emperor with a composure that must have required everything she had. Hikaru Genji knew. He knew, and the knowing was both the fulfillment of something he had wanted for years and the beginning of a fear that would accompany him for the rest of his life. He had wanted this. He had wanted it with a desperation that had made him careless of consequences in a way that was, for a man of his intelligence and perception, unusual. But wanting something and receiving it are different things. The receiving had not resolved the longing that had driven him toward it. It had transformed the longing into something more complex, something that incorporated guilt and fear and tenderness, and the terrible, unmanageable awareness that the person he had drawn into danger was someone he could not protect. He could not acknowledge the child. He could not stand beside Fujitsubo in any visible way. He could not do anything, in fact, except watch from a distance and hope that the secret held, and carry within himself the knowledge of what he had done and what it had cost. He was very good at carrying things within himself. He had been practicing since he was 3 years old. The child was born. He was a boy. He was beautiful. The emperor received him with a joy that was, for the two people in the room who knew the truth, painful to witness. He looked at the child and saw in the boy's features a resemblance to Hikaru Genji, which he attributed to the shared bloodline, which was not entirely wrong, though not in the way he understood. He named the child and celebrated the birth and looked forward to the future with the hope that older men bring to the contemplation of the very young. Fujitsubo watched all of this with a composure that must have required everything she had remaining. Hikaru Genji watched from a greater distance. The child who was not the emperor's son would eventually become the emperor. He would be called Wraith-Ate. He would rule with a conscientiousness that those who served him found admirable. He would carry in his face the features that came not from the man he believed to be his father, but from the man who was. And he would carry within him, for many years, the truth of his parentage as an unidentified weight, a pressure without a name, a sense of something important remaining unsaid in the world around him. When he finally learned the truth, it would change something in his understanding of himself that was never entirely repaired, but that was later. For now, the secret held, and Fujitsubo had survived the first and most dangerous phase of what she would spend the rest of her life managing. Part 4. Hikaru Genji had a wife. He had been married young, in the way that men of his station were married young, to Aoinue, the daughter of a powerful minister, a match made for political reasons and conducted with the formality that such matches required. Aoinue was beautiful and accomplished, and entirely aware that her husband's heart was not with her. She was not a woman who concealed her feelings easily. There was a constraint between them that was visible to anyone who cared to look, a recognition that they were bound together by forces neither had chosen, and that the binding was not accompanied by the warmth that might have made it bearable. Hikaru Genji treated her with the courtesy that was expected of him. He gave her the attention that protocol required. She received these things with the coolness of a woman who knows the difference between what is offered and what is withheld, and who has decided not to pretend otherwise. It was not a comfortable marriage. It was not, by the standards of that world, an unusual one either. Marriages in the Heian court were not primarily arrangements of the heart. They were arrangements of alliance and succession, and the management of political relationships between powerful families. That hearts were sometimes involved was a complication, not a requirement. The world of the court was also the world of the festival, the procession, the public ceremony in which the hierarchies of rank and privilege were displayed for everyone to see. At the great Kamuno Matsuri, the festival that drew all of court society to watch the procession pass, something happened that would set a chain of events in motion. Rokujo Nomiyasu Dokoro, a woman Hikaru Genji had been visiting, attended the festival in her carriage. She was the widow of a crown prince, a woman of the highest cultivation and the most refined sensibility. She had loved Hikaru Genji in the way that distinguished women sometimes love men who are younger and more brilliant, with a devotion that was not quite appropriate and that she managed with great care. At the festival, Aoinue's attendants, making way for their mistress's carriage, pushed Rokujo Nomiyasu Dokoro's carriage to the side of the road. It was done deliberately, as these things were always done deliberately. Everyone present understood what it meant. Rokujo Nomiyasu Dokoro was forced to watch the procession from a position that declared, as clearly as any spoken words could have, that she was of lesser consequence. She held this inside. She held it with the dignity of a woman who has learned that the direct expression of feeling in the world she inhabits is a luxury she cannot afford. But feeling held inside does not disappear. It finds other channels. What left Rokujo Nomiyasu Dokoro's body at night terrified her when she became aware of it. It was not something she had sent deliberately. It was something she could not stop. Her spirit, carrying the weight of the humiliation and the accumulated resentment of years, was traveling through the darkness toward the woman who had pushed her carriage aside. Aoinue fell ill. The illness was not the ordinary illness of a body failing for physical reasons. The healers and priests who attended her recognized it as something external, a possession, a will operating through her body in ways that her own will could not resist. She was with child, Hikaru Genji's child, and the illness that gripped her was particularly cruel because it endangered not only herself, but the life she was carrying. Hikaru Genji sat with her through those terrible nights. Something shifted in him during that time. The distance that had always existed between them, the distance he had maintained without quite choosing it, the distance that came from his heart being elsewhere, became in those nights impossible to maintain. He was with her in a way he had not previously managed to be. He held her hand. He was present. And she, in the openness that illness sometimes produces, received his presence with a vulnerability that suggested she had not entirely given up on the possibility of something real between them. The child was born, and then Aoinue died. The death came after the birth, in the manner of deaths that follow difficult deliveries, despite everything the healers and priests could do. It left Hikaru Genji with a grief that surprised him by its depth. He had not loved her well. He knew that. He had been somewhere else for most of their marriage, his attention and his heart directed toward things she could not have competed with, and had perhaps stopped trying to compete with. and now she was gone, and with her departure went the possibility of doing better, the possibility that the connection he had felt in those last nights might have been the beginning of something rather than the end. He buried the grief beneath the surface of his extraordinary social competence and continued to be Hikaru Genji in the world. But the grief was there, and things were accumulating. Secrets and losses and the weight of choices made and unmade, gathering beneath the surface that was becoming harder to maintain. The crisis came not slowly but suddenly. Hikaru Genji had become involved with Oboro Zukio, a woman connected to Kokiden Onyogo. Kokiden Onyogo had been waiting for years for exactly this kind of opportunity. She was a patient woman, a woman who understood that the powerful do not always need to act against their enemies directly. Sometimes it is enough to wait until an enemy creates the conditions of their own destruction, and then to make sure those conditions are known to the people whose knowing of them will produce the desired result. She moved against Hikaru Genji with the efficiency of someone who has been preparing for exactly this moment for a very long time. The consequence was exile. Not the formal declared exile of a criminal, but the understood exile of a man who recognizes that remaining in the capital is no longer a viable option, and who removes himself before the less comfortable alternative is imposed. Hikaru Genji went to Suma, a coastal province far from the capital, and the brilliant world of the court was replaced by the spare and sometimes beautiful world of the sea. He had lost his wife, he had lost his position, he had the secret of Reitheite's parentage still coiled inside him. Suma was not without its consolations. There was the sea, which is indifferent to rank and to the complications of court life, which continues its movements regardless of what the people on its shores are suffering or hoping or remembering. There were evenings when the light on the water was a thing of such clean beauty that it seemed to belong to a different order of experience from the layered and complicated beauty of the capital. And there was time that Hikaru Genji, who had never had much of it before, now had in abundance. Time to sit with the things he had been carrying, and to examine them with a thoroughness that his previous life had not permitted. He thought about his mother. He thought about Fujitsubo. He thought about Awinue, and about the opportunities he had allowed to pass unused. He wrote poetry that the people who received it found almost unbearably moving, poetry that arrived at the particular combination of beauty and grief that can only be produced by someone who has earned both. He was, in summa, reduced to something more essential than the brilliant surface he had presented to the world. And what was underneath the surface, it turned out, was a person of genuine depth, someone worth knowing in a way that the shining exterior had sometimes obscured. Part 5. Hikaru Genji returned from exile. He returned the way things return when their absence has created a need that could not be met by anything else. The return had a quality of inevitability, feeling less like an event and more like a correction, a restoration of something temporarily and inconveniently displaced. Reitheite was on the throne now. The child whose true parentage remained secret had become the emperor, and the accession of Reitheite changed the political landscape in ways that made Hikaru Genji's return not only possible but welcome. Kokiden Onyogo's influence had diminished with the accession of a new emperor. The alignments had shifted. and Hikaru Genji came back to a capital that received him with the enthusiasm reserved for things whose absence has made their value clear. He was powerful again. He was admired again. The residences he had left behind were restored to him, and he set about building something that had not existed before, a compound of extraordinary beauty that would come to be called the Rokujo. The Rokujo was designed to house the women who were important to him, arranged according to the seasons that suited each of them. It was simultaneously a great aesthetic achievement and a kind of monument to the complicated and layered architecture of his emotional life. Fujitsubo was not among the women of the Rokujo. She had not been idle during the years of Hikaru Genji's exile. She had been working, with the quiet efficiency of a person who understands what they are doing and why, toward the thing that she had been moving toward for years. She took religious vows. She cut her hair. She exchanged the layered silks of court life for the plain dark robes of a nun. In doing so, she crossed a threshold she had been approaching for a long time, perhaps since the moment she understood what was happening between herself and Hikaru Genji, and recognized that there was only one direction in which safety lay. The decision was not made in crisis. It was the culmination of years of interior movement, years of carrying a secret, and managing a silence and maintaining a composure that had never been simply about protocol, but about survival. She had survived, and now she was moving beyond survival into something else, into a life organized around different principles, quieter principles, principles that did not require the constant vigilance of a court lady managing an impossible situation. Hikaru Genji received the news of her vows after they were taken. He had not been consulted. He had not been warned. He had not been given the opportunity to argue against it, which was, of course, precisely why Fujitsubo had done it the way she had done it. She knew what his argument would have been. She knew it would have been persuasive. She knew her own capacity to be persuaded by him, which was one of the things she had been managing for years. The only way to protect the decision against that persuasion was to make it irrevocable before the persuasion could arrive. He went to her. The meeting between them after the vows were taken is described in the old accounts with the particular restraint that belongs to scenes whose weight exceeds what direct description can carry. He sat with her in her new simplicity. He looked at the plain dark robes. He understood, with the finality that some understandings carry, that a certain chapter had ended, not the feeling. Feelings do not end simply because circumstances require them to, but the possibility of anything further, anything additional, anything that might have complicated or continued what had already existed between them, was gone. Fujitsubo spoke to him with the gentleness and the clarity of a woman who has made a decision and is not going to unmake it. She spoke about Reithete, about the importance of protecting what had been built and what had been concealed, and of not adding to the danger by continuing to orbit each other in ways that invited scrutiny. She spoke without anger and without reproach, because anger and reproach would have implied that she held him responsible in a way that absolved herself, and she was not willing to construct that accounting. What had happened had been done by both of them. The consequences were being managed, as best they could be managed, through the decisions she was making now. Hikaru Genji listened. He understood. And understanding did not make it easier. He returned to the world and continued to be Hikaru Genji in it. which required a great deal, and which he managed with the extraordinary facility that had always been his primary protection against the weight of everything he was carrying. He visited her occasionally, as it was appropriate to visit a woman of her former station who had taken vows. These visits were conducted with the decorum that the new situation required. They discussed Reithete. They discussed the management of the secret that both of them would carry for the rest of their lives. They were, in the language of the world they inhabited, on perfectly appropriate terms, and in the space between what was said and what was felt, the entire history of what had existed between them continued to exist, preserved and enclosed, no longer capable of producing anything new, but also not gone. There is a kind of relationship that ends in everything except its own existence. The visits continued, and the decorum was maintained, and the secret held, and Fujitsubo was not, in her religious life, unhappy. This matters. The temptation when telling a story of this kind is to read the renunciation as defeat, as the retreat of a woman who had been acted upon by circumstances too powerful to resist, and had retreated into religion as the only exit available. But Fujitsubo was not a passive figure. She was a woman of considerable intelligence and will, who had made choices throughout her life with full awareness of their consequences, and the choice she was making now was not the last resort of someone without options. It was the chosen direction of someone who understood, clearly and without illusion, what she was choosing and what she was leaving behind. She had had the court. She had had the emperor's love. She had had the secret and the danger and the years of managing both. She was choosing now something different. And in the quiet of her rooms, in the measured rhythm of the religious life, she was finding that the different thing she had chosen was not nothing. Part 6. Fujitsubo died in the spring. She was not old. By the accounting of her era, she was in the middle of a life that might reasonably have continued for many years. The illness that took her was not the kind that announces itself with the long forewarning of a slow decline. It arrived and progressed with a speed that left everyone around her insufficient time to fully understand what was happening before it was over. Hikaru Genji received the news in the way that people receive the news of deaths they have been dreading for a long time, without quite admitting to themselves that they were dreading it, not with surprise, with recognition, the recognition of something expected, something that had been waiting, something that is no less devastating for its arrival having been anticipated. He had known she was not well. He had heard reports from those who had access to her household, had read between the lines of the occasional formal communications that passed between them. He had sensed in the quality of those communications a thinning, a withdrawal, a distance different from the chosen distance she had maintained since her vows. He had not let himself understand what it meant. He could not mourn her openly. This was the particular cruelty of his situation, different from the cruelty of ordinary loss. Ordinary loss can be expressed and witnessed and shared. Ordinary grief can be acknowledged and mourned in the presence of others who recognize it and respond to it with the particular human generosity that grief calls forth. His could not, because the relationship that had existed between them was not one the world knew about. It was not one he could acknowledge, not one that could become the subject of the condolences and the ceremonies and the shared remembrance through which loss is processed and, in some partial measure, absorbed. He could mourn her as a member of the court mourns a respected figure of former distinction. He could wear the appropriate expressions. He could observe the appropriate rituals. He could say the appropriate things to the appropriate people. What he could not do was weep, not in public, not with the full weight of what she had been to him, not with the full weight of everything, not with the weight of the moment when he had been a small child and something in him had recognized something in her, not with the weight of all the years of feeling and restraint and one unretractable moment and its consequences, through the vows and the visits and the careful decorum that followed. All of it, the entire architecture of what they had been to each other, which was a thing that had no name in the vocabulary of the world they inhabited. He went to her rooms after the death rituals were completed. He sat in the spaces where she had lived her quiet religious life, where she had spent her last years in the peace she had chosen, away from the complications of court, away from the requirements of managing an impossible situation, with the composure of someone for whom it was not impossible. The rooms held the particular stillness that comes to spaces that have been inhabited by someone who has spent long hours in meditation, a quality of settled quiet, as if the air itself had been shaped by the practice of stillness. He sat for a long time. He thought about his mother. He thought about Fujitsubo. He thought about the thread that ran between them, the thread he had been following his entire life without always seeing where it led, the thread that had started in the autumn when he was 3 years old, and the warmth at the center of his world had been extinguished, the thread that had pulled him toward Fujitsubo, with the inevitability of something set in motion, before he was old enough to resist it. He had lost her twice. The first time was when she took her vows and the possibility closed. The second time was this. Rei-they-te continued to rule. The emperor who carried the secret in his face without knowing what it was, continued to rule with the conscientiousness that his subjects found admirable. The secret continued to hold. Fujitsubo had carried her half of it to the grave without speaking it, which was the last and in some ways the greatest act of the discipline she had exercised throughout her life. The secret would not hold forever. Secrets of this magnitude rarely do. There are too many ways for truth to leak, through the accumulation of hints and resemblances and the observations of perceptive people, through the guilt of those who carry it, and the curiosity of those who sense that something remains unexplained. Rei-they-te would eventually learn what he was, and the learning would change something fundamental in him, something that would never be entirely repaired. But Fujitsubo would not be alive to see it. She had done what she could. She had held what needed to be held. She had managed what needed to be managed. And she had left the world as she had lived in it, with composure and with the particular integrity that belongs to people who understand the difference between what they can control and what they cannot, and who choose within that understanding to act as well as they are capable of acting. Hikaru Genji lived for many years after her death. He built beautiful things. He loved people, or tried to, in the way that a person tries to love when the primary love of their life has taken a form that could never be straightforwardly expressed or cleanly mourned. He found in Murasaki Nue something that came close to what he had felt for Fujitsubo, close enough that the closeness was not coincidence. He found in the many women of his life the particular combination of connection and inadequacy that characterizes the loves of people who are searching for something that cannot be found in any single person, because what they are searching for is not a person, but a feeling, a warmth, a presence, the ghost of something lost in an autumn long ago. At the end of his story, there is a chapter that exists only as a title. It is called Kagaya Kuhinomiya, the radiance of the Shining One, and it contains no text, only its title, as if the author understood that some endings cannot be written, that the final dimming of a light that has been present throughout must be allowed to happen in silence, without words, without the imposition of meaning on something that exists beyond meaning's reach. What we are left with is the story itself. Kiritsubo, who died in an autumn and left behind a grief that became a longing that became the foundation of everything. Fujitsubo, who carried the weight of a secret and the weight of a love that had no name, and who found at the end, in the quiet of her chosen life, something that the brilliant and complicated world of the court had not been able to provide, and between them, the life of a man who spent everything he had searching for what he had lost before he was old enough to understand what loss was. The world's first novel does not resolve this. It does not explain it or redeem it, or offer the consolation of a meaning that makes it bearable. It holds it. It holds it with the patience of a writer who understood that this is what great stories do. They hold the things that cannot be resolved. They hold them carefully. They hold them without letting go. And in the holding, something is preserved that would otherwise be lost. Something true about what it is to love and to lose, and to go on living in the space that the loss has made. The Woman Without a Name, Yugao and Tamakazura, Part 1. There are people who arrive in your life without explanation. People who appear from a direction you are not watching, who offer no account of themselves and ask for none in return. People who exist in your life as a presence before they exist as a person, and who leave, when they leave, a silence so specific that you understand for the first time what they had been filling. Yugao was such a person. She entered the life of Hikaru Genji through a side door, which is to say through the kind of accidental encounter that the carefully managed world of the Heian court rarely permitted but occasionally, through the gaps in its own arrangements, allowed. Hikaru Genji was not yet the fully formed luminous figure he would become. He was young and brilliant, and already the object of more attention than most people receive in a lifetime. He was also restless in the way that people are restless when what they have been given is not quite what they need, when the world keeps offering them things that are beautiful and sufficient and somehow not enough. He had Fujitsubo at the center of his heart, unreachable and constant. He had a wife, Awinoe, with whom things were correct and cold. He had the court, which admired him in the way that courts admire the exceptional, which is to say thoroughly and impersonally, and without any particular interest in who he actually was beneath the surface of his exceptionality. He was restless. The house where Yugao lived was a modest house in a part of the city that Hikaru Genji passed through on his way to visit someone else. It was not the kind of place that a man of his position would normally notice, and he would not have noticed it, except for the flowers. They were white flowers, evening faces, Yugao in Japanese, growing on a rough fence in a way that had nothing of cultivation or intention about it. They suggested they had simply arrived there and decided to stay, indifferent to whether the fence was an appropriate surface for them to grow on. The flowers had a quality that Hikaru Genji found difficult to look away from, not beauty exactly, or not only beauty, something that the beauty contained, a quality of existing outside the careful arrangements that governed everything in the world he inhabited, of having no position and no pretensions and no interest in whether it was seen or admired. He sent one of his attendants to cut a branch, and the attendant came back with the branch and with something else, a fan that had been offered from within the house. On the fan was a poem written in a hand that suggested cultivation and intelligence, a person who understood the language of poetic exchange well enough to participate without announcing themselves. The exchange that followed was conducted in the language of poetry, which in the Heian court was not merely decorative but functional. It was a means by which people could communicate things that the directness of prose would have made impossible or inappropriate. Hikaru Genji replied. A reply came back. The replies continued, and in the space between the poems, in the accumulation of images and allusions, and the quality of attention that each poem brought to the one before it, something was being built. Neither of them had explicitly decided to build it. He did not know who she was. He knew only the poems and the hand that had written them, and the fan that had carried them. The quality of mind the poems revealed was one of delicacy and perception, and a certain understated melancholy. He found it, without quite being able to explain why, more compelling than anything he had encountered in the more formally accomplished women of the court. She did not know who he was either, or rather she may have suspected but had not confirmed. The uncertainty on both sides created a space that the usual social calculations could not colonize, a space in which two people were meeting as something closer to themselves than the world normally permitted. He went to her. He went in the way that men of his world went to women, under cover of darkness, with the discretion that the situation required, and the anticipation that the preceding poems had built to a pitch that made discretion feel almost beside the point. What he found inside the modest house was not what he had expected. He had expected, or half expected, a woman performing accessibility, a woman who had understood what the exchange of poems was building toward, and had positioned herself accordingly, with the calculation that even genuine feeling sometimes requires. He found instead a woman who seemed genuinely uncertain, genuinely unguarded, genuinely present in the moment, in a way that the court had not prepared him to encounter. She was beautiful, but her beauty was not the formal, constructed beauty of the court ladies he knew, the beauty that required specific conditions and specific lighting and specific clothing to achieve its effects. It was a simpler beauty, less defended, less aware of itself, the beauty of someone who had not spent years learning to present herself as beautiful. He was not prepared for it. The relationship that developed between them had a quality unlike anything else in Hikaru Genji's complicated emotional life. With Fujitsubo, there was the weight of the forbidden and the unresolvable, the particular intensity of feeling that cannot be acted on, and that burns all the more for its own constraint. With Aoinoe, there was the chill of two people bound together by forces neither had chosen and neither had found a way to transcend. With Yugao, there was something different. There was ease. There was the particular ease that comes when neither person is performing for the other, when the usual social architecture of encounter has been bypassed, when what is happening is simply two people in a room together, being something close to what they actually are. She was not a woman of the court. She did not have the court's armor, the layers of protocol and precedent and cultivated presentation that the women Hikaru Genji knew had developed as both protection and identity. She was exposed in ways they were not, and Hikaru Genji, who had spent his entire life in a world of surfaces, found himself affected by the exposure in ways he had not anticipated. He did not ask her about herself. This requires some comment, because it was unusual, and because the unusualness of it tells us something about the nature of what was happening between them. In the Heian court, identity was everything. Who you were determined where you sat, who you could speak to, what you could say and what you could not, what futures were available to you and which were permanently closed. A man of Hikaru Genji's perception would normally have wanted to know exactly who a woman was before investing the kind of attention he was investing in Yugao, because the investment had implications that depended on her identity. But he did not ask. He let the space of not knowing remain open. He let Yugao remain what she was in the poems and in the darkened rooms, a presence without a history, a person without a position, a voice and a face and a quality of being that existed outside the categories that governed everything else in his world. Whether this was a gift he was giving her or a gift he was giving himself is a question the old accounts leave open. Perhaps it was both. Perhaps it was neither, and simply the way things were between two people who had found, in the gap between their worlds, something neither had known to look for. Part 2. There came a night when Hikaru Genji took Yugao somewhere else. The modest house with its evening flowers had its own enclosed quality, its own world, but it was still a house in the city, still a place with neighbors and the possibility of being known. Hikaru Genji wanted, for reasons he did not entirely examine, to take Yugao out of that context and into one more completely removed from the ordinary world. He brought her to an old, unoccupied residence on the outskirts of the city. It was not a place that had been prepared or planned for this purpose. It was simply available, empty, silent in the way that empty buildings are silent, which is a different silence from the silence of inhabited spaces, heavier somehow, more attentive. Yugao was uneasy. She was a woman who had learned to manage her unease quietly, who had developed the capacity to hold her own discomfort without making it someone else's problem. But the unease she felt in that place was of a different order from ordinary discomfort. She felt something in the building, a presence, something that the empty rooms contained that should not have been containable, something that pressed against the edges of the night in ways she could not have explained and did not try to. The accounts of what happened that night are among the most discussed passages in all of classical Japanese literature, not because they resolve the question of what happened, but because they refuse to. They offer what happened without explaining it, in the way that certain experiences resist explanation, in the way that things witnessed in extreme states of fear or grief or exhaustion resist the ordering that explanation requires. What the accounts say is that Hikaru Genji woke in the night. He woke to find Yugao unresponsive beside him. He called to her. She did not answer. He called again, and the quality of her not answering was not the quality of sleep, was not the quality of someone choosing not to respond. It was something else entirely, something he understood with the part of his mind that operates before reason and knows things before the reasoning mind has caught up. He called for lights. In the light, what he saw confirmed what he had already understood. Yugao was gone. Not injured, not ill in the ordinary sense. Gone. The body that had been beside him was the body of someone who was no longer in the world. The terror that Hikaru Genji experienced in that moment was not the controlled, managed fear of a man accustomed to managing his responses. It was the pure, ungoverned terror of someone who has encountered something that exists outside the boundaries of what he thought the world contained. He had been afraid before, in the ordinary ways that even extraordinary people are afraid. But he had not been afraid like this. He was ill himself for a time afterward. The shock of that night, the sight of Yugao in the lamplight, the incomprehensibility of what had happened and how quickly it had happened, worked on his body in the way that extreme shocks do. It produced a fever, a collapse of the physical systems that had been maintaining themselves through the force of a will that had suddenly run out of energy. Those who attended him were frightened by the degree of his collapse. Hikaru Genji did not collapse. That was not what he did, not what he had ever done, not what the world expected of him. And yet here he was, collapsed, unable to perform the luminous competence that had always been his primary offering to the world. What had happened to Yugao? The accounts suggest, with the careful indirection that the subject requires, that what had taken her was a spirit, a possessing spirit, a mononoke, the kind of supernatural entity that the Heian world understood as real, as genuinely present, as capable of attaching itself to living people and doing them harm. And the spirit that had taken Yugao was, the accounts suggest, connected to someone who had reason to wish harm to those close to Hikaru Genji. Rokujo no Miyasu Dokoro appears in this context like a shadow, not named directly, not accused explicitly, but present in the way that things are present when the story needs them to be present, without quite saying so. She was a woman whose spirit traveled at night in ways she did not control. She had not intended to harm Yugao. She may not even have known for some time that she had, but the harm was done. And Yugao, who had come from nowhere and offered nothing except herself, who had asked no questions and sought no position, and wanted only the thing that was happening between herself and the man who visited her in the darkness, was gone. Hikaru Genji mourned her. He mourned her in the private way that losses must be mourned when they cannot be acknowledged publicly, when the nature of the relationship means that the grief has no sanctioned form, no ceremony, no social recognition. He could not hold a funeral that announced his connection to her. He could not weep in public for someone whose existence in his life had been a secret. He could not speak her name in the context where names are spoken. He carried the grief inside him, and it joined the other things he carried: the loss of his mother, the inaccessibility of Fujitsubo, the failures of his marriage to Aoi Noe, all of it accumulating into the weight that luminous people carry beneath their luminosity, and that most people never see. He thought about her often. He thought about the flowers on the fence, and the fan with the poem, and the quality of ease that had existed between them, the rare and specific ease of two people meeting outside the structures that usually determine how people meet. He thought about the fact that he had never known her name, he had never asked, and she had never told him, and now the question would never be answered. She existed in his memory as she had existed in his life, as a presence without a history, someone real and entirely her own, who had nonetheless left no trace in the world except in the memory of the man who had loved her without knowing who she was. But Yugao had not left the world entirely without trace. She had left something behind, not a name, not a position, not anything that the world of the court would have recognized as a legacy. She had left a child, a daughter, conceived in the brief time of their relationship, born into circumstances that reflected the instability and the concealment of everything connected to Yugao's life. The child was small and the circumstances were difficult, and the people responsible for her after her mother's death were not equal to the responsibility. The daughter of Yugao grew up in conditions that her mother, had she survived, would have found unbearable. She had her mother's quality of existing without position, without the protections that position in that world provided. She had also qualities that she did not know she had, and that the world did not yet know about. She was, after all, the daughter of Hikaru Genji, even if neither she nor the world had any way of knowing it yet. Her story was only beginning, and it would take her a long way from where she started before it brought her back. Part 3. Memory is not storage. It is not a library where things are kept in the condition in which they were placed there, unchanged, available for retrieval in their original form whenever they are needed. Memory is something more active and more treacherous than that. It works on what it holds. It smooths and softens and reshapes, emphasizing what the person doing the remembering needs emphasized, and minimizing what they need minimized. Over time, the remembered thing becomes less a record of what happened and more a record of what the person remembering has made of what happened. Hikaru Genji remembered Yugao. He remembered her often, and across the years the memory underwent the transformations that long-held memories undergo. The edges softened, the specific details of place and conversation became less distinct, and what remained was something more essential, more distilled, the feeling of what she had been rather than the precise record of what she had done and said. The ease. He remembered the ease, the quality of being with someone who was not performing, who was not managing the encounter, who brought to the space between them nothing except herself. It was a quality he kept looking for in the other women who moved through his life, and kept finding in partial form, in fragments, never quite whole. The years after Yugao's death were years of considerable outward achievement for Hikaru Genji. He rose in influence and in the estimation of the court. He managed the various relationships that a man of his position was expected to manage, with the social facility that had always been his primary tool for navigating a world that asked a great deal of him. He built the Rokujo. He surrounded himself with beauty and with the people who produced and appreciated beauty, and the life he constructed had, to all outward appearances, the qualities of a life well and fully lived. But the people who knew him most carefully, who had access to the interior rather than only the exterior, noticed something that was harder to name. A quality of searching, not a frantic or obvious searching, nothing so undignified as that, but a persistent turning of his attention toward things that were not quite there, a reaching toward something that kept receding as he approached it. a quality of incompleteness that his extraordinary circumstances should have resolved, and somehow had not. He had everything. He had everything except the particular thing that could not be provided by having everything. In those years, he also thought about Yugao's daughter. He knew the child existed. He knew she had been taken from the city after her mother's death, removed to some provincial location by the people who were responsible for her. Those people were not particularly well equipped for the responsibility, and were managing it in the way that people manage things that exceed their capacity, with good intentions and insufficient means. He did not know where the child was. He thought about finding her. The thought returned to him at intervals, attached to the memory of Yugao in the way that thoughts about children are attached to thoughts about lost parents, as a continuation of something that had been interrupted, as a way of retrieving something of what was gone. He did not act on it, not yet. There were reasons, some of them practical and some of them less easy to name, why the time was not yet right for the kind of searching that finding Yugao's daughter would require. And so he held the thought, the way he held many things, as a question that had not yet found its answer, but that remained open, waiting for the moment when circumstances would allow it to be addressed. The court continued to turn around Hikaru Genji in the way that courts turn around their most luminous figures. New relationships developed and old ones evolved, and the intricate social choreography of Heian aristocratic life continued to produce its combinations of beauty and constraint, its particular mixture of exquisite surface and complicated interior. Murasaki Nue had become the central figure of his household, the woman closest to him in the daily management of his life. She had been shaped by his care and his preferences in ways that made her a more perfect companion than anyone he had not shaped could have been. She was devoted to him. He was, in whatever way was available to him, devoted to her. And yet even this, the most complete and sustained attachment of his adult life, did not entirely still the quality of searching that those who knew him most carefully could detect beneath the surface of their apparently successful arrangement. She resembled Fujitsubo, and he had chosen her partly for that reason. The resemblance was both the thing that drew him to her and the thing that prevented the attachment from being complete, because every resemblance is also a difference, and the difference between Murasaki Noe and Fujitsubo was not one that could be dissolved by devotion or by time. He had not forgotten Yugao. He had not forgotten the quality of ease that had been possible with someone who existed outside the structures that usually determined how people encountered each other. He thought about her daughter, a girl growing up somewhere in the provinces, without the protections that position provides, without knowledge of her own parentage, without any of the resources that her actual origins might have made available to her, if those origins had been known and acknowledged. He thought about what she might have become, given different circumstances. He thought about what she might still become, if the different circumstances could be provided. The thought was the thought of a man who understood, at some level not yet fully articulated, that Yugao's daughter represented something more than an obligation, something more than the responsibility of a father toward a child he had fathered. She represented a continuation, a thread connecting the present to something that had existed briefly and been extinguished, and that he had been unable, in all the years since, to entirely relinquish. He would find her. When the time was right, and when the means were available, he would find her. He did not yet know that the finding would require a journey he had not anticipated, or that the person he was looking for had traveled a long way from where she had started, through circumstances that would have broken a less resilient person. But that is the nature of stories that have not yet been told. They contain, within their untold portions, things that cannot be predicted from where the teller is standing. Part 4. Tamakazura grew up not knowing who she was. This is not a metaphor. She literally did not know her own parentage, did not know the name of her father, did not know the circumstances of her mother's death, or the identity of the man whose visits to the modest house with the evening flowers had produced her existence. She knew that her mother had died when she was very young. She knew that the people who were raising her were not her parents. She knew that there was something in her situation that was not fully explained, a gap where a complete account of herself should have been. She had grown up with this gap in the way that people grow up with the conditions of their lives when those conditions are all they have ever known. She was beautiful. This is worth noting because it mattered, both as a fact about her and as a source of the particular difficulties that beautiful women without position faced in the Heian world. Her beauty was not the beauty of someone who had been cultivated and protected and prepared for the display of beauty. It was the more vulnerable kind of beauty, the kind that exists without the armor of social position to protect it, the kind that attracts attention from people who have no reason to treat the person possessing it with care. The people raising Tamakazura eventually took her west, to the province of Tsukushi, which is in what is now known as Kyushu. They went there because of family connections, because the person responsible for Tamakazura had ties to that region, because the city had become, for various reasons, no longer a viable place to remain. Tsukushi was far from the capital, far from the world that Tamakazura's actual origins, had they been known, might have made available to her. Far from everything, in a way that was both a protection and a deprivation. The people who had wanted to do her harm in the city could not easily reach her, but the life available in a distant province to a young woman without position was a constrained and often dangerous one. She grew up there. She grew from a child into a young woman, in a landscape that was beautiful in its own way. The long coastlines and the mountains, and the particular quality of Western Japan's light. But it was remote, and it offered to a person of her qualities and her unknown origins very little of what those origins might have made possible. Men noticed her, and the noticing was not always comfortable, was not always accompanied by the intentions that a woman in her position could safely manage. There was a man called Higanokami, a local official of some standing, who developed a fixed intention with respect to Tamakazura that she found unwelcome, and that the people around her were not powerful enough to deflect. His pursuit of her was persistent, and it made her situation in Tsukushi increasingly difficult, increasingly a matter of managing a threat that her beauty had produced, and that her lack of position left her without adequate means to counter. She was not passive in the face of this. She was her mother's daughter in certain ways that the circumstances of her life had shaped into practical resources. She had intelligence. She had a quality of perception, an ability to read situations and people, and to understand what was happening around her without being told. that served her in conditions where a less perceptive person would have been more badly damaged, and she had, somewhere in her, a sense of herself as someone worth preserving, a refusal to be entirely defined by the circumstances she had been placed in, a quality of self-possession that persisted despite everything the world had done to undermine it. She would not stay in Tsukushi. She would find a way out. The way out presented itself in the form of a pilgrimage, a journey to the shrine at Hatsuse, which was a destination that religious devotion made available to people who needed to move through the world with a legitimating purpose. Pilgrimage provided a cover for movement that might otherwise have been difficult to justify or to arrange. She went. She made the long journey from Tsukushi to Yamato with the small group of attendants who were all she had, and somewhere along that journey, at the shrine itself or in the vicinity of it, something happened that changed the direction of her story. She encountered someone connected to Hikaru Genji. The connection was not immediate and not simple. It involved an attendant who had served Yugao and who recognized in Tamakazura something that struck her. Not as a resemblance exactly, but as a quality of presence that called something to mind she had not thought about in years. The attendant looked at Tamakazura and thought about Yugao, and the thought produced the possibility that had been waiting, in the form of a man's unacted intention, for the circumstances that would allow it to become an action. The servant sent word. The word reached Hikaru Genji in the way that words sent through networks of connection eventually reach the people for whom they are intended, slowly and indirectly, with the particular quality of information that has traveled through many hands and has been shaped by each of them. He received the news that Yugao's daughter had been found. The news arrived with a quality of confirmation, of something expected revealing itself at last, rather than the quality of surprise. He had thought of her. He had held the intention of finding her through the years of his rise and his building, and his complicated management of everything else that his life required. And now she had been found, not by his searching, but by the kind of accident that is only an accident on the surface. Underneath it was the logic of connections maintained and intentions held, and the particular way that things meant to come together eventually do. She was alive. She was in the country, making her way toward the capital, and Hikaru Genji, who had loved her mother without knowing her name, was about to meet the daughter whose existence was both the trace that Yugao had left and the continuation of something he had never entirely let go. Part 5. Tamakazura came to the Rokujo. She came not as herself, not as the daughter of Yugao and Hikaru Genji, because that identity was not yet known, even to those who had arranged her arrival. She came as a young woman of uncertain but apparently cultivated origins, who had been found through the network of connections surrounding Hikaru Genji. She was being brought under his protection for reasons that could be explained as charitable, without requiring the full truth to be told. The Rokujo was the most beautiful residence in the capital. It was organized around its gardens and its seasonal arrangements, with different wings corresponding to different seasons and qualities of beauty. The women who inhabited it were themselves part of its aesthetic, part of the carefully curated environment that Hikaru Genji had constructed as both a home and an achievement. Tamakazura had never seen anything like it. She had grown up in Tsukushi. in the kind of provincial existence that the capital's court society regarded with a mixture of pity and incomprehension. The world she was entering now was as different from that existence as it was possible for two worlds to be, while still being inhabited by human beings. She was overwhelmed. She was also, beneath the overwhelm, taking everything in with the attentiveness that had always been one of her most reliable resources. Hikaru Genji's response to Tamakazura when he first encountered her was complicated in ways that he did not immediately show. He saw Yugao in her, not exactly, not in any specific feature, but in some quality of presence that reached through the years and the accumulated experiences and the careful management of his own memory, and touched something that was still, after all this time, alive and responsive. He felt the familiar resonance, the echo of someone lost in someone found. He had felt it before, with Fujitsubo, and the feeling had led him somewhere that could not be made right. He was older now, and more practiced in the management of his own responses, and he understood, with a clarity that experience had sharpened, that what he was feeling needed to be handled carefully. He did not tell Tamakazura who her father was. Not yet. He let her exist in his household as someone under his protection, whose full history was his private knowledge. He moved around her with the attentiveness of a man who is managing a complicated feeling that he does not want to resolve prematurely. Tamakazura navigated her new situation with the intelligence that had gotten her through Tsukushi. She understood, without being told explicitly, that her position in the Rokujo was not straightforward. She understood that Hikaru Genji's attentiveness to her was not the simple attentiveness of a patron toward a ward. There was something in it that was more personal, more specific, more complicated than the official relationship between them could account for. She did not ask. She had grown up not asking, not requiring complete explanations, learning to operate within the information available, and to read what was not said as carefully as what was. She observed him. She observed the way he looked at her and the quality of his attention and the particular care he took with her situation, and she formed her own sense of what was happening without being told, the way she had always formed her sense of things. The Rokujo was full of women, each of whom occupied a specific position in the complex hierarchy of Hikaru Genji's attentions and obligations. Tamakazura observed them too. She observed how they moved and how they related to him and to each other, and she learned the landscape of the place she had entered in the way that someone learns any landscape that they need to survive, thoroughly and without romantic illusion. Men from the court began to notice Tamakazura. This was inevitable. She was in the Rokujo, the center of the most refined social world in the capital, and she was beautiful and unmarried and under the protection of Hikaru Genji. Any attention paid to her would come to Hikaru Genji's notice and would require navigation. Several of the most prominent men of the court expressed interest. Hikaru Genji managed these expressions of interest with the political skill he had always brought to the management of social complexity, neither encouraging nor definitively discouraging, keeping the possibilities open, while not committing to any of them. He was, in a sense, managing his own complicated response to Tamakazura by managing other people's responses to her. As long as the question of her future was open, as long as she remained in the household, there was time. Time for what, exactly? He did not entirely articulate to himself, but the time felt important, and he was not yet ready to bring it to an end. Tamakazura herself had views on the matter. She was not a passive object being managed. She had her own preferences, her own sense of what she wanted from a future that had only recently become something that could be wanted, and the preferences were not always aligned with what the men around her were assuming or hoping. She thought about her mother. She did not know much about Yugao, had been too young when Yugao died to have memories. She knew her mother only through the fragmentary accounts of those who had known her, and who spoke of her with a tenderness that suggested she had been someone worth remembering. She thought about what her mother's life had been: the modest house, the evening flowers, the unnamed man who had visited in the darkness, the brief brightness, and the sudden end. She thought about the degree to which her mother's life had been shaped by forces her mother had not chosen and could not control, by beauty that attracted attention she could not always manage, by love that arrived without the protections that position would have provided. She was determined not to repeat it. She was determined, in the ways available to her in her situation, to make choices rather than only receive them, to be a person who acted in her own life rather than only a person to whom things happened. This determination was not always easy to maintain in a world where the structures were what they were, and the space available for women's agency was constrained in ways that determination alone could not dissolve. But she maintained it. It was, in the end, her most important inheritance from the mother she had never known. Part 6. The truth came out, as truths of this kind eventually do. Not all at once, not through a single confrontation or revelation, but gradually, through the accumulation of things said and unsaid, through the resemblances that people noticed, and the questions those resemblances provoked, through the logic of a situation that could not be maintained indefinitely on the terms on which it had been established. Hikaru Genji told Tamakazura who her father was. He told her with the care of someone who has been holding a secret long enough to understand its weight, who knows that the telling will change things irreversibly. He had been preparing for the change while also, in some part of himself, postponing it. Tamakazura received the information with the steadiness that had characterized her navigation of everything else. She did not collapse. She did not perform the kind of dramatic response that the occasion might, in a different person, have produced. She absorbed it. She held it. She turned it over in her mind with the particular thoroughness of someone who has spent their life operating with incomplete information, and who knows how to integrate new information into an existing understanding without being undone by it. What did it mean to be Hikaru Genji's daughter? In one sense, it meant everything. It meant that the gap in her identity, the absence of a complete account of herself, had a shape now, had content, had a name and a lineage. It gave her a social position that changed her relationship to the world she was in and to the worlds that had previously been inaccessible. In another sense, it meant something more complicated. Because Hikaru Genji was not simply a father. He was the man who had loved her mother briefly and completely, and without knowing her name. The nature of that love, the way it had existed outside the ordinary structures of the court's arrangements, was something that Tamakazura thought about as she thought about her new understanding of who she was. Her mother had been loved. In whatever imperfect and abbreviated and ultimately fatal way, she had been loved by someone capable of deep feeling, someone who had carried her in his memory for years after she was gone, who had looked for her daughter, and who had recognized in that daughter something of what had been lost. This was not nothing. The question of Tamakazura's future was eventually resolved. She married. The marriage was not to Hikaru Genji himself, which had been one of the possibilities hovering over her time in the Rokujo, a possibility that had made her situation there more complicated than it might otherwise have been. It was to Higekuro no Taisho, a man of high rank and serious character, somewhat older than she was. He was not the most romantic option available to her, but he offered what she had learned to value: stability, position, and the kind of protection that came from the structures of obligation and rank that a formal marriage provided. She chose it with her eyes open. She chose it knowing what she was choosing and what she was not choosing, in the way that people who have spent their lives in conditions of uncertainty make choices when certainty finally becomes available. She would have position, she would have protection, she would have the things her mother had never had. But Tamakazura's story did not end with her marriage, and the old accounts follow her into the life she built, with an interest that suggests her story was understood to be more than a subplot in someone else's narrative. She had children. She managed her household with the intelligence and the perception that had always been her most reliable resources. She navigated the complicated social world of the Heian court with a skill that was partly learned and partly inherited, a skill for reading situations and people, forged in Tsukushi and refined in the Rokujo, that served her well in the life she was living now. She was, by the measures of the world she inhabited, successful. She was also, in ways that success as the world measures it does not always capture, herself. She had not been dissolved by the circumstances of her life. She had not been defined entirely by the forces that had shaped her. She had remained, through everything, a person with her own perceptions and her own assessments and her own sense of what mattered, and this persistence of self was its own kind of achievement, perhaps the most important kind. Hikaru Genji grew old. The brilliance that had defined him did not diminish exactly, but it became something different, something that had more weight in it and less ease, as if the accumulated losses of his life had added a dimension that the luminous surface had not previously contained. He thought about Yugao. He still thought about Yugao, after all the years, after all the women and the poems and the building and the managing of everything that his extraordinary life had required him to manage. He thought about the modest house and the evening flowers and the quality of ease that had existed in those rooms, and that he had never quite found again, not in exactly that form, not with exactly that quality of unguardedness and simplicity. He looked at Tamakazura and saw her mother, not always, not with the sharp, specific recognition that he had felt when they first met, but in certain moments, in certain qualities of expression or response, in the way she sometimes moved through a room or held herself in conversation. He would catch something that reached through the years, and the reaching, even after so long, still arrived somewhere. Yugao had come without a name and gone without a name and left in the world only a daughter and a memory and the evening flowers growing on a fence. The flowers are part of the name she has been given by history, the name she did not have in life. Yugao, the evening face, the flower that blooms at dusk when the day is ending, and the light is changing, and the world is moving from one state to another. The flower that is beautiful precisely because it exists in a transitional moment, because it belongs to the time between one thing and the next, to the threshold between day and night, between presence and absence, between the world we can see and the world we cannot. She had existed in Hikaru Genji's life in exactly this way, as a threshold experience, as something that had happened in the gap between the ordinary structures of his world, in the space where those structures had temporarily and improbably given way. And in that space, for a brief time, something had been possible that was not possible anywhere else. It had not lasted. It had left no trace except a daughter and a memory. But the trace it had left was real, and the memory had not faded. The daughter had grown into someone who carried, in her own particular way, the same quality of being present in the world as herself, without pretension, without performance, without anything except what she actually was, which was, it turned out, enough, which had always, in the things that mattered, been enough. The Woman Between Two Worlds, Ukifune, Part 1. There is a place called Uji that sits between the capital and the mountains to the south, where a river moves through a landscape of particular beauty and particular melancholy. The sound of the water is constant, and the mist comes in from the river in the mornings and softens everything it touches. Uji is not the capital. It is close enough to the capital to be reached in a day's journey, close enough for people of the court to visit and maintain residences there, but far enough to feel like a different world, where the elaborate social architecture of the capital gives way to something quieter and more exposed, where the river is always audible and the seasons make themselves felt more directly. It was to Uji that a prince had retreated from the world. He was called Hachinomiya, the Eighth Prince, a man who had found the court's ambitions and competitions too painful to remain within. He had withdrawn to the riverside with his daughters and his religious practice, and his sense that the world as it was constituted was not a place he could inhabit without damage. He had two daughters. The elder was Oigimi, a woman of exceptional seriousness and intelligence. Her response to the world she had been born into was a refusal so complete and consistent that it went beyond the ordinary modesty of a young woman managing unwanted attention. It was a philosophical refusal, a refusal grounded in a genuine belief that love, as the world offered it, brought more suffering than it brought happiness, and that the wisest response to its approach was to decline it entirely. The younger daughter was Nakanokimi, softer than her sister, less armored against the world, more willing to be moved by what the world offered, even knowing the risks that being moved entailed. Into this household came Kaoru. Kaoru was one of the most prominent young men of the capital, known for his seriousness and his melancholy and a quality of spiritual weight that distinguished him from the more conventionally brilliant figures of his generation. He was officially the son of Hikaru Genji, but the tale makes clear, with the careful indirection that it brings to the most important revelations, that this was not the truth. Kaoru's actual father was a man who had had an affair with Sanomiya, the third princess, during the years when Hikaru Genji was married to her. The affair had produced Kaoru and left its mark on everything about him, on the weight he carried, on the spiritual restlessness that drove him toward temples and religious practice. He did not know the truth of his parentage, but he felt it. He felt it as a pressure without a name, a weight without an explanation, a sense of something fundamental remaining unsaid in the world around him. Kaoru was drawn to Uji and to Hachinomiya's household with an intensity that the official explanations of religious interest and admiration for the prince's spiritual attainments did not fully account for. He came often. He came and sat with the prince and discussed the things that interested him, the nature of attachment and the possibility of release from it, the question of how a person ought to live in a world that offered so much that could not be trusted to last. And he became aware of Oigimi. He became aware of her not as an object of the kind of attention that the court's young men usually directed at young women, but as a presence, a specific quality of mind and spirit that he found himself returning to in his thoughts after he had left Uji and gone back to the capital. He wanted her, not in the simple way that wanting is usually described, in a more complicated way, one that incorporated respect and the recognition of something rare. The particular desire of a person who has spent their life feeling slightly out of place to find someone whose company makes the out-of-placeness feel less acute. Oigimi refused him. She refused him with the consistency and the finality that her philosophy required, and his persistence, which was considerable, could not move her. Hachinomiya died. He died as people die who have spent their lives preparing to die, with a certain readiness. He left behind 2 daughters in a house by a river, with reduced circumstances and the particular vulnerability of women without a male protector in a world where male protection mattered enormously. Kaoru continued to come. His coming was now, in the absence of the prince, the primary connection between the Uji household and the world of the capital. The position this gave him was one that Oigimi was aware of and navigated with the care she brought to everything. She did not soften. She did not allow his persistence and his evident genuine regard to dissolve the position she had taken, but she did something that would have consequences she could not have fully anticipated. She directed his attention toward her sister. If Kaoru needed someone from Uji, she suggested, with the careful indirection that the situation required, then Nakanokimi was someone whose situation made her available in ways that Oigimi herself was not, and would not be. It was an act of both generosity and deflection, and like many acts that contain both of these qualities, it did not produce the outcome she had intended. It brought into the story a third figure, a figure whose arrival would change everything. His name was Neonomiya, and he was the opposite of Kaoru in almost every way that mattered. Where Kaoru was serious and melancholy and weighted with interior complexity, Neonomiya was light and social and moved through the world with the ease of someone who had never felt that the world was a place to be suspicious of. He was the grandson of Hikaru Genji's great love, and he had inherited something of the luminous quality that had made Hikaru Genji so difficult to resist. That quality of presence that made rooms feel different when he was in them, and that made people aware of him before they had consciously registered his arrival. He came to Uji with Kaoru. He saw Nakanokimi and was struck by her in the way that Neonomiya was struck by women, which is to say completely and immediately, and with a force that overrode the more cautious counsels of prudence and consideration. He pursued her. She eventually became his, and the arrangement brought Nakanokimi to the capital as Neonomiya's secondary wife. It was not the most secure of positions, but it was a position, a connection to the world of the court that the house by the river had not previously provided. Oigimi did not survive to see it. She died. The accounts of her death are among the most quietly devastating passages in the Uji chapters. The death of a woman who had refused so consistently and so completely that the refusal itself had become a kind of exhaustion, a using up of the energy required to maintain a position that the world kept pressing against. She died in the autumn, as significant deaths in this tradition tend to do, and she left Kaoru with a grief that was compounded by the particular guilt of someone who wonders whether his persistence had contributed to the outcome he was mourning. He had loved her. He had not been able to give her what she needed, which was not his love but his absence, and the inability had cost her something he could not give back. Nakanokimi was now in the capital. Uji was empty of the women who had given it its particular quality, and Kaoru, grieving and guilty and still searching for something he could not name, began to hear about a half-sister of Nakanokimi, a young woman raised far from the capital now of an age to be noticed, who bore a resemblance to Oigimi that made those who had known the elder sister stop and look twice. Her name was Ukifune, and her story was only beginning. Part 2. Ukifune had grown up in the provinces. She had grown up knowing that she was the daughter of Hachinomiya, but not his legitimate daughter, born of a different mother. She had been raised in circumstances removed from the world of the capital and from the protections and opportunities that the capital represented. She knew who her father was. She knew what her half-sisters had been, and what their household at Uji had meant in the larger landscape of the court's social world. But knowing these things had not given her access to them. She had grown up at a distance, with the particular quality of self-awareness that comes to people who understand their own situation clearly. People who live with the gap between what their origins might have made possible and what their circumstances have actually provided. She was beautiful. This is noted in the old accounts with the same care that beauty is always noted in these accounts, because beauty in this world was not merely an aesthetic fact, but a social one, a resource and a vulnerability simultaneously, a thing that opened certain doors and exposed the person who possessed it to certain dangers. Her beauty was, specifically, a beauty that resembled Oigimi. This resemblance was the thing that brought Kaoru to her. Kaoru came to her in the way that Kaoru came to things he wanted, which is to say with a combination of genuine feeling and the complicated self-awareness of a man who knows that what he is feeling is not quite what he believes it to be. He wanted Oigimi. He had always wanted Oigimi, and Oigimi was dead, and Ukifune looked like Oigimi, and the logic of grief and desire in a man of Kaoru's particular emotional constitution meant that the resemblance became, in his mind, something more than a resemblance. He told himself he was acting out of concern for Ukifune's well-being, out of a sense of obligation to the family of Hachinomiya, out of the kind of generosity that powerful men extend toward those less fortunate. He was not entirely wrong, but he was not entirely right either. He arranged for Ukifune to be brought closer to the capital, to be given a residence at Uji, the house that had been her father's, the house by the river where Oigimi had lived and refused him and died. He visited her there. He was attentive to her in ways that were more than the attentiveness of a patron toward a ward. And Ukifune, who had spent her life at a distance from everything that now seemed suddenly available, received his attention with a mixture of gratitude and uncertainty, the particular wariness of someone who has learned not to trust that good things last. Neonomiya discovered her. This is perhaps the most important sentence in Ukifune's story, because everything that follows from it is a consequence of the particular qualities that Neonomiya brought to the discovery. Neonomiya was not a man who discovered beautiful women and filed the information away for future consideration. He was a man who discovered beautiful women and acted on the discovery with an immediacy and a thoroughness that left very little room for the woman in question to manage the situation at her own pace. He had been at Uji visiting Nakanokimi, his own secondary wife, the younger of Hachinomiya's daughters. He encountered something that told him Ukifune was there. A scent, perhaps, or a sound, or one of those barely perceptible indications that someone is present nearby, that the accounts of this period describe with a precision that suggests the authors understood exactly what they were writing about. He found her. He was, in the moment of finding her, entirely himself, which is to say, entirely the man he had always been. The man who moved through the world with the ease of someone who had never been seriously refused, and who had consequently never developed the habits of caution and restraint that refusal tends to produce. Ukifune was not prepared for Nyonomiya. She had been managing Kaoru's attentions with the careful navigation of a woman who understands that her situation is delicate and that mistakes would be costly. She had been trying to find the path through the competing requirements of gratitude and self-preservation, and the genuine uncertainty of her own feelings. Nyonomiya was a different kind of problem entirely. He was overwhelming in the way that certain forces are overwhelming, not because they are violent, but because they do not allow for the slower rhythms of consideration and decision that careful people depend on. He was also, it must be said, compelling. He had the quality that his grandmother's lover had possessed, the quality of presence that made the world feel different in his vicinity. Ukifune, who had grown up at a distance from everything the capital offered, had not developed the particular immunity to this quality that women who had grown up surrounded by it sometimes managed to develop. She felt something. She felt something that she had not expected to feel, and that she did not have a framework for managing. Something that went beyond the polite and careful response of a woman receiving unwanted attention, and into the more dangerous territory of a woman receiving attention that was not, at some level she found difficult to acknowledge, entirely unwanted. And so Ukifune found herself between two men. This is the situation that the Uji chapters have been building toward, the situation that Ukifune's particular combination of circumstances and qualities, and the qualities that Kaoru and Nyonomiya brought to their encounters with her, had together produced. On one side, Kaoru, serious, weighted, genuinely caring in a way that was entangled with his grief for Oigimi and his inability to separate what he felt for Ukifune from what he had felt for her sister, reliable, capable of the steady ongoing attentiveness that protection in that world required, but also, in a way that Ukifune perceived without fully articulating, not quite present, not quite seeing her rather than the ghost of her sister that she represented for him. On the other side, Nyonomiya, light, brilliant, overwhelming, genuinely moved by her in the immediate and total way that Nyonomiya was moved by things, present, in the sense that when he was with her she felt seen in a way that Kaoru's attentiveness did not always produce, but unreliable, given to the kind of absence that follows the kind of presence he brought, given to the demands of a life in the capital that pulled him away from Uji with a regularity that made his visits feel like weather, beautiful and temporary and not to be depended upon. She could not choose, or rather, she could not find in herself the capacity to make a choice that would close one of these two directions and commit entirely to the other. This is sometimes read as weakness. It is more accurately read as the situation of a person who has no good options, who can see clearly what is wrong with both of the available paths. A person who responds to the impossibility of the situation, not by making a bad choice, but by being unable to make any choice at all. She was also, it should be said, a person who had spent her entire life in conditions of uncertainty, conditions in which her own wishes and preferences had rarely been the primary consideration in the arrangements of her existence. She had been moved from place to place by other people's decisions. She had been positioned and repositioned by the requirements of other people's lives. And now she was being asked to choose, or rather, she was in a situation that required a choice, and the choosing was as unfamiliar as anything else that the new world she had entered was asking of her. She did not choose, she endured, and the enduring had a cost that was, in the end, more than she could sustain. Part 3. The crisis came in winter. It came not as a single event, but as the accumulation of events, the gathering of pressures that had been building for months, each one individually manageable, but collectively exceeding what Ukifune could continue to manage. Nyonomiya had visited. He had visited with the completeness of presence that he always brought, and the visit had been what visits from Nyonomiya always were, overwhelming and beautiful and temporary. And then he had gone, and Kaoru had come, and had looked at Ukifune with the attentiveness that was always partly the attentiveness directed at Oigimi. The impossible geometry of her situation had become suddenly and clearly visible to her, in a way that it had perhaps been obscuring itself before. She was living a lie, not in the sense that she had been deliberately deceptive, though there were elements of concealment in her situation that she could not entirely excuse, but in the deeper sense that the life she was living was not a life she had chosen, was not organized around any principle she could identify as her own. It was a life constituted entirely by the choices and desires and requirements of other people, and she was somewhere in the middle of it, without a clear sense of who she was, when all of those external forces were removed. There was a night when Nyonomiya came to Uji unexpectedly. He came in the darkness and the cold, crossing the river to reach her, and the crossing was itself the kind of act that Nyonomiya performed, dramatic and immediate and heedless of the practical complications it created. He spent the night. Kaoru learned of it. How he learned is not entirely clear in the accounts, whether through a servant's inadvertent disclosure or through the attentiveness of a man who has been watching a situation carefully. But he learned, and the learning changed the quality of his regard for Ukifune in ways that he managed with his outward composure, while feeling, inside that composure, something harder to manage. Ukifune knew that he knew. The knowledge passed between them in the way that such knowledge passes, without being spoken, in the quality of silences and the particular formality of exchanges that would have been warmer if the unspeakable thing had not been there between them. Her situation had become, in a single night, both more complicated and more clear. More complicated because the concealment was no longer maintainable. More clear because the impossibility of continuing was now evident in a way that could not be argued with. She began to think about ending it. Not ending the relationship with Nyonomiya, or the relationship with Kaoru, or the impossible situation of being between them. Ending everything. The thought arrived, as thoughts of this kind arrive in these accounts, not as a sudden crisis, but as a slow realization. The gradual understanding that the options available to her were all versions of continuing in a situation she could not continue in, and that there was one option that was not a version of continuing. She wrote letters. She wrote to her mother, who was far away, and who had spent years worrying about her daughter's situation, with the particular worry of a mother who knows that her child, is in circumstances more fragile than the child will admit. The letters had a quality that her mother would have recognized, had she known to look for it, a quality of farewell, of someone putting things in order, of someone addressing the future from a position that does not assume she will be present in it. She did not send all of them immediately. She held some of them, waiting for the moment that she was moving toward. The river at Uji is cold in winter. It is cold and it is fast, fed by the mountains, carrying the cold of the high places down through the valley with a force and thoroughness that makes it a different thing from the gentle poetic river of the summer accounts, less amenable to the metaphors of beauty and transience that poetry liked to find in it. Ukifune went to the river. She went at night, alone, which was itself a departure from the ordinary arrangements of her life, in which she was never truly alone, always attended by women who were responsible for her, whose attention meant that the privacy of a truly solitary action was not normally available. She had arranged to be alone. She had made the small adjustments to the normal routines of the household that created the space she needed, and she had moved through that space with the decisiveness of someone who has made a decision and is not going to unmake it. She disappeared. The accounts do not describe what happened at the river in the detail that would make it a clear and unambiguous account of an attempted drowning. They describe the disappearance and its discovery, the household's response to the discovery, the search that was conducted, and the failure to find her. She was gone. The response of the household to Ukifune's disappearance was the response of people confronting something they had not prepared for and could not easily explain. She had not been found in the river. She had not been found anywhere. The absence was complete, and without the ordinary evidence that absences tend to leave. Kaoru was informed. The grief he felt was real, and complicated by the guilt that had been accumulating since he had learned about Nyonomiya's night visit, the sense that his own handling of the situation had contributed to whatever had happened. Nyonomiya was informed. His grief was of a different character, less weighted with the retrospective analysis that Kaoru brought to everything, more immediate and more unprocessed. The grief of someone who has not spent years preparing for loss, and who therefore meets it without the equipment that preparation provides. Both men mourned her. Both men mourned a version of her that was partly the person she actually was, and partly the person their own needs and histories had constructed. And the woman they were mourning was not dead. She was somewhere on the other side of the river, in a condition that the accounts describe with the careful indirection they bring to experiences that do not fit the ordinary categories of what is possible. Part 4. She was found, not in the river, not where anyone had been looking, but in a place that the accounts describe with the careful imprecision they bring to things that resist the ordinary categories of explanation. She was found by a monk, a religious man who lived in the area and who encountered her in a state that was not the ordinary state of a person who has survived a physical crisis. She was alive, but she was not, in any straightforward sense, herself. She did not know her name. She did not know the people who came to her. She did not know the events that had brought her to the place where she was found, or the events that had preceded them, or the world that she had inhabited before the night she had gone to the river. She was possessed, the accounts suggest, by something. A mononoke, perhaps, a spirit of the kind that pressed against the edges of the real world, and that could fill the spaces opened by extreme states of grief or desperation. Whatever had entered her in the absence of herself had done something to her memory. It had done something to the connection between the person she had been and the person she was now, a disconnection that went beyond ordinary amnesia and into something more thorough and more strange. The monk who found her was called Yokokawa no Sozu. He was a man of genuine spiritual attainment, not the kind of religious figure who performs the forms of piety while remaining untouched by their substance. He was someone who had spent his life in practice, and developed, through that practice, the capacity to be present with things that less practiced people found unbearable. He took her in. He did not know who she was. He knew only that she was alive and that she needed care and that the state she was in called for the kind of attention that his household could provide. His mother was with him, an elderly woman who responded to the sight of Ukifune with the practical compassion of someone who has seen a great deal of the world's suffering and who knows what the first responses to it need to be. They tended to her. They gave her food and warmth and the presence of people who were not invested in her being any particular thing, who had no history with her and no expectations of her. People who simply attended to the person in front of them with the care that the person in front of them required. The possession was driven out. Yokokawa no Sozu performed the rituals and the prayers that his training had given him, and whatever had been inhabiting Ukifune departed. She returned to something that could be called herself, though the herself she returned to was not quite the same as the herself who had gone to the river. She was quieter, more settled, in a way that was different from the stillness of someone who has been defeated, more like the stillness of someone who has passed through something and emerged on the other side with a different relationship to the things that had previously been turbulent. She did not recover her memory entirely, or rather, she recovered the facts of her situation, the people and the places and the events, but the recovery had a quality of distance, as if she were looking at the life she had been living from a position slightly removed from it, from the position of someone who has been away for a long time and returns to find that the things that had seemed important before the departure have, in the light of the departure, become less insistently present. She knew who Kaoru was. She knew who Nyonomiya was. She knew what the situation had been, and she knew, with a clarity that had not been available to her before, that she did not want to return to it. This clarity was new. The Ukifune who had gone to the river had been a woman in the grip of a situation that she could not manage, a woman whose inability to choose had expressed itself in the most extreme way available. The Ukifune who returned from whatever she had passed through was still a woman who could not return to the situation she had left, but the reason was different. It was not inability. It was refusal. The difference matters. An inability is a condition, something imposed from outside, something that happens to a person. A refusal is an act, something chosen, something that expresses something about who the person doing the refusing is and what they believe. Ukifune, who had spent her entire life being moved by other people's choices and being positioned by other people's requirements, was making a choice. For perhaps the first time in a life that had been organized around other people's choices, she was deciding something for herself. She was deciding that she was not going back. She began to ask Yokokawa no Sozu about taking religious vows. The request was not welcome initially from his perspective. He was a careful man, and careful men in his position understood that taking a young woman of uncertain circumstances into a religious household and facilitating her permanent withdrawal from the secular world could create problems. It could attract attention and questions that he was not positioned to answer. He resisted. He offered alternatives. He suggested that she should allow her family to be informed, that she should return to the world and its arrangements, and give the life she had left another chance. She refused, with a consistency and a finality that would have reminded anyone familiar with the Uji chapters of another woman who had refused with consistency and finality. She refused the alternatives and continued to request what she had decided she wanted. She wanted the vows. She wanted the robes. She wanted the life that the vows and the robes would make possible, the life organized around different principles, the life in which the question of which man's claims on her took priority was no longer a question, because she would have removed herself from the world in which such claims could be made. Part 5. Yokokawa no Sozu gave her the vows. He gave them reluctantly, with the hesitation of a man who understood the weight of what he was facilitating. He knew that a young woman taking permanent religious vows was making a decision that would close most of the world's doors, and that the closing should not be done lightly or under conditions of distress. He had tried to delay. He had tried to counsel patience, to suggest that the clarity she felt might be the clarity of crisis rather than the clarity of genuine spiritual calling, that the right thing was to wait and to see whether the conviction persisted. It persisted. She was consistent in her requests in the way that the women of the Uji chapters were consistent when they had made up their minds. A quiet steadiness that could not be moved by the arguments of those who thought they knew better, that went on being itself regardless of the resistance it encountered. He gave her the vows, he cut her hair, and Ukifune, who had grown up without position, without protection, without the sense of being located in the world that position and protection provide, stepped across the threshold. She entered a life organized around different coordinates that had nothing to do with the claims of men or the requirements of the court's social arrangements. She lived in the household of Yokokawa no Sozu's sister. It was a modest household, a religious household, organized around the rhythms of practice and prayer that the women within it had chosen. Ukifune inhabited it with the quality of a person who has arrived somewhere after a long journey and finds in the arriving something they had not been able to name while traveling, something they recognize upon encountering it as what they had been traveling toward. She was not happy in any simple sense. Happiness in a simple sense was not what she had chosen, and she was clear-eyed enough about what she had chosen to understand that the life of religious practice was not a life that promised simple happiness. What it offered was something else. What it offered was the removal of the particular pressure that had been constant in her life since she had entered the world of Kaoru and Nyonomiya. The pressure of being wanted in ways that she could not manage, of being positioned between competing claims she had no adequate means of adjudicating. The pressure was gone, and in its absence, she could hear herself think in a way that had not previously been possible. She thought about her mother. Her mother did not know she was alive. Her mother believed she had drowned in the river at Uji, and had been mourning her daughter with the grief of a mother who has lost a child, which is among the most devastating forms of grief that the world produces. Ukifune thought about writing to her. She thought about it for a long time, turning the question over with the thoroughness she now brought to decisions, examining it from the perspectives it needed to be examined from. If she wrote, her mother would know she was alive. This was good. If she wrote, her mother would want to see her, would want to reclaim her, would want to bring her back into the world of family and obligation and the social arrangements from which she had removed herself. This was complicated. The world of family and obligation was also the world of Kaoru, who would learn through that network of connection that she was alive. He would come to her, would present the arguments that he was capable of presenting, with the genuine feeling and genuine persistence that were characteristic of him. She knew herself well enough to know that she was not certain she could maintain her refusal against a direct encounter. She wrote to her mother. She wrote with the care of someone who is trying to give something without giving too much, who is trying to provide reassurance without providing the location that would allow the reassurance to become something more. Someone who is trying to reach across the distance without closing it. She told her mother she was alive. She told her that she had taken vows, that she was in a religious household, that she was being cared for, and that she was not suffering in the ways her mother had imagined. She did not tell her where she was. The letter arrived in her mother's household, with the force of something impossible becoming real, the kind of force that produces a particular quality of emotion, not quite joy, not quite grief. The specific feeling of learning that the thing you thought was permanently lost is not permanently lost, with all the relief and the complication that this knowledge brings. Her mother wept. And then her mother wanted to know where she was. And then the information moved through the networks of the court, in the way that information moves through those networks, finding its way to the people for whom it would be most significant. Kaoru learned that Ukifune was alive. He learned it with the shock of information that reverses a settled understanding of reality, that takes what had been a closed thing and opens it again, that reinstates possibilities that had been relinquished. He had mourned her. He had conducted his mourning with the thoroughness and the retrospective guilt that characterized his response to everything. He had examined his own role in the situation and found himself wanting in ways that he found difficult to forgive himself for. And now she was alive, and she was in a religious household, and she had taken vows. He moved through these facts carefully, the way he moved through everything. She was alive, which was the fact that reorganized all the other facts. She was in a religious household and had taken vows, which was a fact that complicated the reorganization. He wanted to see her. He wanted to speak to her. He wanted to understand what had happened and whether what had happened could be addressed, whether the situation he had in some measure contributed to creating could be repaired or rebuilt or replaced with something better. He was, in other words, entirely himself. Part 6. Kaoru came. He found the household where Ukifune was living through the networks of information that a man of his position had access to. He came in the way that Kaoru did things, with a mixture of genuine emotion and the self-awareness of a man who is not entirely sure whether his motives are as pure as he would like them to be. He did not come to see her directly. The vows she had taken made a direct meeting complicated, required the kind of negotiation and arrangement that the situation's official character as a religious household demanded. He sent a message. The message was everything that a message from Kaoru would be, carefully composed and genuinely felt, the kind of writing that emerged from someone who had spent his life in a world where the quality of one's writing was a direct expression of the quality of one's inner life. It expressed his relief at knowing she was alive. It expressed his wish to see her. It expressed, in the careful language of a man who understood that directness was not always appropriate, the hope that what had existed between them might be addressed, might be given the opportunity to become something better than what it had been. He waited for a reply. Ukifune did not reply. She received the message. She read it with the attention it deserved, because it deserved attention, because Kaoru was someone who had genuinely cared for her, and whose care, however entangled it had been with other things, had been real. She held the message for a long time. She thought about what a reply would mean. A reply would be an opening. A reply would be an acknowledgement that the connection existed, that she recognized it, that she was willing to engage with it on whatever terms the new situation allowed. And an acknowledgement of the connection would be the beginning of a conversation, and the conversation would lead somewhere. The somewhere it led would be toward the world she had left, and toward the life in that world that she had left it to escape. She understood Kaoru well enough to know that he would be respectful. She understood him well enough to know that he would not try to compel her. But she also understood him well enough to know that his version of respecting her choice would still involve making his own case. It would still involve the patient, persistent presence that had characterized his pursuit of Oigimi, and she did not trust herself to maintain her position against that persistence indefinitely. She did not reply. Kaoru sent another message. She did not reply to that one either. The silence she maintained was not the silence of someone who has not received the messages, or who does not understand what they are asking. It was the deliberate silence of a person who has understood exactly what is being asked, and has decided that the answer is no, and who has also decided that expressing the no directly would open a conversation that the no was intended to close. It was, in its way, a continuation of the refusal of Oigimi, the refusal that had shaped so much of what had happened in the Uji chapters. The refusal of a woman who has understood the terms of the world being offered to her, and has decided that those terms are not acceptable. The Uji chapters end here, without resolution. Ukifune does not return to the world. Kaoru does not find the closure he came for. The story stops rather than concludes, in the way that life stops rather than concludes, without the neat resolution that the conventions of story suggest should be available. What are we to make of Ukifune? The question is not academic. She is, in some ways, the most modern figure in the Tale of Genji, the figure whose situation and whose response to her situation feel most available to readers who are encountering her 1,000 years after she was written. She is a woman who was positioned between competing demands she had not chosen, who was wanted in ways she could not adequately manage. She broke under the pressure of her situation and survived the breaking, and emerged from the survival with a clarity about what she needed that she had not possessed before. The clarity was not happiness. It was not a resolution of the difficulties of her situation into something comfortable and conclusive. It was the clarity of someone who has gone to the edge of what she can endure and who has learned, at the edge, what she is willing to endure and what she is not, and who is living now in accordance with that knowledge. The river at Uji still runs. It runs with the same force and the same cold that it had when Ukifune stood at its edge and made the calculation that brought her to that edge. The house by the river where her father's daughters had lived is gone, as houses from that period are gone, replaced by the landscape that time produces when it has been working on a place for 1,000 years. But the river remains, and the story remains, and Ukifune remains in the story, refusing to reply, maintaining the silence that is the only response she has found that does not betray what she has become. She is the woman who went to the river and came back different. She is the woman who, given the choice between returning to a world that had required more of her than she had, and maintaining the position she had taken at the cost of everything the world had to offer, chose the position. She is the woman at the end of the world's first novel who will not be moved, and the novel, which has shown us so many people being moved by the forces the world brings to bear on them, ends in her unmovable silence with something that feels, after everything that has come before it, like a kind of answer, not a comfortable answer, not a happy answer, but an answer that belongs to her and that she has chosen and that no one can take away.